Okay, so I guess I'm gonna start with the because Genshin is still verifying and repairing. But yeah, news from work. A person that pretty much symbolized the soul of my department is going to move away from the job, despite being in debt to the organization. He just is going to pay his debt and all that. And yeah, next week is the last week of his employment. And that's a really big deal for me. Also, no overtime anymore. No more overtime. And 8 hours. There is a new event. Oh. Okay, since I'm here, let's do this. Let's do what specifically this one. For one reason and one reason alone.
Got one for complaints. Excellent time. Leave it to me. You're now connected with the ghost spot and ethereal. Shout for help. Stand down. What's the light? Shit. Shit. I'm free as the skies. You can leave the fighting to me. The line is drawn.
It was way longer than it should be. Attack percent, anomaly proficiency. First goes crit rate.
Is it my turn around? This must be the mission target. Smash them. The sword follows my well, and winds howl in the heavens. Radiant clouds. Frost glisten.
think she's nude. I mean, that's at least an only proficiency. If it goes into attack percent, it's going to be at least reasonable. And that's trash. Mm-hmm. Calculating shaders on the background, probably. It's something that's going to happen. Okay, first and foremost counter. Nope. Well, it doesn't try to calculate shaders. Suspicious. That's fine. I don't need much of those, but what I do need, those I guess.
For shadows. Are you? Yeah! I smell
Get
it.
behind me,
It's right
Lucia.
behind us. Oh. Yeah!
Yep. Here we go. Relax. My aim is true.
Understood.
Leave it.
As for shadows.
do you mean with the store management 2 out of 3? It's Wednesday already. Don't tell me I didn't manage it for 1 day. Ooh. Well, my favorite girl boss. It's appropriate. I collected it way too early compared to what I would. Okay, whatever. It's not like there's any chance I'm not going to collect every single one of them. That works for me. Okay. Two pulls. Today. 1270. This is fine. Okay, whatever. Now, time for Genshin. Not yet. Zero things. Okay, so what's happening here? Yay! I guess those are saved for later, so I'm not going to do those yet. This is cute. That's fine. Renewable materials. Energy pick complete. That was kind of fun. It runs appropriately fast, so that's good. Mm-hmm. 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 Filter. Yeah, way too small. Okay, whatever.
Ну, типа, тут вопрос, как сканится и где. Если прям со всего аккаунта, ну, звучит странно. Если... Хотя, опять же, там банят только за вмешательство в файлы, их изменения, а чисто сканирование или наложение как с модами работает. Ненаказуемо. Вот. И также, если он сейчас копирует с твоего профиля, как все обычно сайты делают, тогда вообще тем более.
Okay, well, that's something. Some web event. Alright, let's go to not cry. Here. Yeah. Wish I could sit here. Mm.
My parents are... No matter how busy life gets, you should all...
Crit damage. Mm-hmm. Not sure. But hey. Give me a Colombina. Yep. Or not Colombina. I guess I should have pulled for more and some constellations.
Always sit down and enjoy a proper meal when you get hungry. What I like to do is stack my plate up high, then squash it all down, take a deep breath, and wolf it down in one go. That way, I get to eat my.
Mm-hmm.
My parents always say, no matter. Ah. May I present?
Rev the engines! Rise with the sun!
How brilliant!
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Well, let's do it a bit later. What's that? Okay.
The show begins! begins!
Irina is not a fraud. Irina best girl.
How brilliant!
Interesting. Really interesting.
The show begins! May I present?
Hip.
Oh, seriously? Two. Two of them.
Decay! New life!
Controlled breathing. Let's move! Yeah! Look out below! Hero incoming! Yeah! Hit. Hit. Da! Hit. Charge! Headbutt! Look out below! Charge! Hut. It's justice o'clock! Quick as a flash! Start the clock! You're my target! Finders keeper!
Leave it to me! Decay! New life!
Heads up! Hero incoming! Yeah! What? Hi! Oof! Hero incoming! What? What? Hurry up, Brassa! What? Hurry up, Brassa! Hurry up, Brassa!
Wait, there's 3? But that's like such a small amount of
Let's go.
territory. Just small territory. No, just because I. Oh, that's right. Over here.
Hurry up, Brassa! Tch. Hup. Running late again. Running late again. Running late again. Running late again. Heads up! Running late again.
Типа, когда запускаешь только, можно успеть уловить момент, когда мод запущен, все это, но у тебя персонаж в обычной одежде. Вот. И только потом все размыливается и появляется скин, потому что он поверх отрисовывается. Думаю, нам влазит файлы, но не это, не взаимодействует с ними, не меняет их. Просто вместе с ними работает.
Oh god.
Headbutt! Controlled breathing. On my mark!
Stay back! Turning point.
Volcano kablam! Yeah! Yeah! Charge! Headbutt! Volcano kablam! Yeah! Oof! Look out below! For first, let's move!
The story has only just begun.
It's justice o'clock! Yeah! Yeah! Hi! Yeah! Headbutt! It's justice o'clock! Yeah!
Four. Extra 4. Dev double crit. Goblet increase, yeah. Maybe. HP criterion. Depends. Yeah, not good enough. Okay, attack trash. Not good enough.
Ad Astra. Ad Astra. Running late again. Ad Astra.
Thank you for complete.
It's about time we headed over to the Curatorium of Secrets. We have something super important to discuss. You remember, right?
I don't.
You're not going anywhere.
Nothing to say about him. Really.
You're my target.
Last time this guy came over to the Curatorium, he asked us to find him a secret shortcut between Nodcry and Snezhnaya. Huh, yeah, right. Like, we'd ever share that kind of intel with him. Smash and grab! You're my target!
let's pause all of this for a moment.
Жеглов говорит. Ну что, кончилась опера? Ну, балет. Ага, значится так. Появится этот англичанин, веди его в администраторскую и составьте протокол опознания шубы. Это первое. Второе. Обязательно возьми с него расписочку, что шуба возвращена ему в полной целости и сохранности. Вот так. А какие еще разговоры? А ты ему тогда скажи, что у них в Англии не меньше нашего воруют. Да-да. А правопорядок в стране определяется не наличием воров, а умением властей их обезвреживать. Вот так.
Правопорядок в стране действительно определяется не наличием воров, а тем, какую роль и место они занимают. Считается, что современная Российская Федерация образовалась 25 декабря 1991. Спустя 2 года, в декабре 1993, была принята, вступила в силу и действует поныне современная Конституция. В промежутке между этими событиями было принято немало отдельных законов, большая часть из которых позднее были переработаны или кодифицированы. Законы, вступившие в силу до принятия Конституции, но действующие до сих пор, можно пересчитать по пальцам. Среди прочего, это закон о недрах, о СМИ, о прокуратуре, о статусе судей, о государственной тайне и закон о защите прав потребителей, про покушение на который я расскажу в этом видео. Долголетие и устойчивость вышеперечисленных законов характеризует их общий признак – фундаментализм. Так, основой обособления потребительской подотрасли из гражданского права служит исходная идея, что в капиталистическом государстве для целей нормального социально-экономического развития страны должны быть особым образом урегулированы правоотношения, где с одной стороны продавцы, исполнители, изготовители, профессиональные участники рынка, а с другой потребители, слабая сторона, не обладающая специальными познаниями ни о товарах, ни об услугах, ни о способах защиты своих прав. Именно поэтому ради обеспечения здоровой конкуренции, ради обеспечения безопасности и качества товаров законом императивно установлены презумпции в пользу потребителя и суровые законные неустойки, умножаемые на компенсационные механизмы за нарушение прав последних. Только так достигается баланс в заведомо диспропорциональных отношениях. Если же государство от такого специального регулирования отказывается, оставляя потребителей на съедение, оно не вправе называть себя капиталистическим, оно феодальное. 30 октября 2025 в Госдуму РФ внесен законопроект о внесении изменений в Закон о промышленной политике Российской Федерации. Изначальными правками предлагается упростить для предприятий, расположенных на территории Донецкой, Луганской, Запорожской и Херсонских областей, процедуру для подтверждения происхождения их промышленной продукции, произведенной на территории Российской Федерации. Вообще идея о поддержке отечественного производителя, который тут создает инфраструктуру и рабочие места перед забугорным, для которого мы — это просто рынок сбыта. Эта идея в основном, разумеется, полезная. Но все зависит от конкретного реального воплощения. 14 ноября успешно проходит первое чтение. В контексте глобальных событий это даже не новость. Однако 12 декабря в законопроект внезапно вносятся правки, предполагающие радикальные изменения в Закон о защите прав потребителей. 16 декабря одним днем успешно проходит и второе, и третье чтение. 18 декабря законопроект отправляется на рассмотрение в Совфед, где проходит успешное одобрение уже на следующие сутки. И этим же днем, 19 декабря, отправлен на подписание президента. По состоянию на 26 декабря, день написания сюжета, законопроект еще не подписан президентом. Во всяком случае, согласно сайту Госдумы. А теперь настало время поговорить, что предполагается слету согласованными изменениями. Первое. Установить возможность освобождения продавца-исполнителя-изготовителя от уплаты потребительского. Штрафа в предусмотренных законом случаях. Давайте сначала поясню, что такое потребительский штраф, как он возникает и зачем он нужен сейчас. Пунктом 6 статьи 13 Закона о защите прав потребителей предусмотрено, что в случае, если продавец, исполнитель, изготовитель добровольно не удовлетворили требования потребителя в его претензии, то потребитель вправе взыскать штраф в размере 50% от суммы, и так присужденной потребителю по иным требованиям. Иными словами, потребительский штраф – это сверхкомпенсационная мера гражданско-правового характера, которая направлена на стимулирование продавца, исполнителя, изготовителя удовлетворять, подчеркиваю, законные требования потребителя добровольно, а не доводить спор до суда. Понятное дело, что если суд отказывает потребителю в удовлетворении, то и потребительский штраф не взыскивается. Также понятно, что если сам потребитель не посчитал нужным досудебный порядок соблюдать, а сразу ломанулся в суд, то, следовательно, у него и нет оснований для взыскания судебного штрафа, ведь сама возможность его взыскания следует из факта незаконного отказа в добровольном удовлетворении. Несмотря на то, что закон вообще не содержит возможности уменьшать размер штрафа, ведь написано четко, строго 50% от размера присужденного, все же суды при активной защите интересов продавцов итоговый размер штрафа снижают, обосновывая свое решение тем, что компенсация не должна носить характер обогащения, должна быть соразмерной нарушенным обязательствам. Справедливо ли это или нет, выходят ли суды за пределы своей компетенции, это зависит от конкретных обстоятельств каждого дела. Мне же, как юристу, просто хочется четкого регулирования. А что предполагается в новой редакции? Как и говорилось, установить основания для освобождения от уплаты этого штрафа. Первое основание относительно нормальное, когда продавец-исполнитель, импортер, да, добровольно отказались от удовлетворения, но именно потому, что сам потребитель уклонился от совершения необходимых действий, предусмотренных законом. Например, заявлено требование о возврате уплаченной суммы за товар с недостатком, продавец вправе самостоятельно и за свой счет провести экспертизу такого товара с недостатком, но покупатель от экспертизы уклоняется, товар не передает. В целом это логично, но судебная практика преимущественно и так приравнивает такую ситуацию, как если бы сам потребитель досудебный порядок и не соблюдал. Поэтому большого смысла отдельного закрепления таких положений в законе просто нету. Хотя при этом и нет особого вреда, опять же, для нормальных правоотношений. Второе основание. Если невозможность добровольного исполнения требования потребителя обусловлена виновными действиями контрагента, который своевременно не поставил товары, выполнил работы, не оказал услуги, которые были бы необходимы для удовлетворения его требований, то есть потребителя. Это основание применяется всегда, за исключением случая, если наш продавец действовал недобросовестно или неразумно при выборе такого контрагента. Это просто трэш. Эта норма фактически отменяет саму возможность взыскания штрафа. Я приведу конкретный пример. Представим, что я дилерский центр ООО «Рога и копыта». Вы купили у меня машину. Спустя 2 недели на ней заклинил руль. И с тех пор она стоит камнем на обочине. Вы приходите ко мне и говорите: сволочь, либо верни деньги, либо гони новую машину. А я отказываю добровольно удовлетворить ваши требования и говорю вам: идите на 3 буквы, то есть в суд. Вы приходите в суд и заявляете: требую вернуть стоимость машины, неустойку, моральный вред, судебные расходы и потребительский штраф 50% сверху. Я приношу в суд бумажку от моего лучшего друга и одноклассника ИП Кабан Кабаныча, в котором тот извиняется, что вовремя не смог поставить мне новые аналогичные машины, сможет только через 30 лет. Вину свою признает, в содеянном раскаивается. И согласно новому закону, это основание для суда в требовании о взыскании 50% сверху отказать полностью. И все. Предъявить это требование 50% сверху к ИП Кабан Кабанычу нельзя. Он вообще к потребительским правоотношениям между нами относиться никак, кроме вот этой опции освобождения продавца от ответственности, не может. Третье основание освобождения. В случае, если потребитель и продавец заключили медиативное соглашение, то есть обратились к медиатору, согласовали условия, заключили конкретную бумажку, штраф не
Let's see, history.
In actual training mode in Genshin is
Well, I can't choose the what. There's someone. Okay. Maybe like that, because she is easily the quickest pirate liar that exists. Then, well, that's monopyre. I don't want that. And well, I can go like this. Then save settings.
Per your wishes. I've faced many opponents in my duels. Most of them I defeated. The rest surrendered. No, I have never lost a duel.
Combat beneath the waves! Woo! Okay, is there a way to switch team?
Nice and spicy. You're toast. Huh? I'm going in.
Okay! You...
Hunt them down. Ready. Into the shadows. Where evil lurks, shoot on sight.
Boba, get them!
Huh?
I'm going in!
Stay back! The story has only just...
And great. Nice. $26. Classic. Okay, let's try this one. Okay, let's... Do I want this? Let's think about it. And Arlecchino. Where's she? There she is.
In the name of the Prinzessin!
Послал, потому что...
Stop right there! Justice will prevail!
Can I just... You... No, that's... Also not the correct button. Ah.
There was no doubt in anyone's mind this was a risky.
Are you feeling overwhelmed?
So, 3.0 was released and I managed to get through it. I did the story, got my bike, built the roads, and now I'm exploring through the new region of La Hyrule.
Just give me something for the background.
I downloaded and reverse engineered Pro 3D models to create a model from scratch. Then I downloaded the new Jane skin to steal the texture method by inspecting her barely clothed body. Yeah, boy. Her overlords decided not to release her new model, but thankfully some Chad uploaded it to Sketchfab. I noticed all popular gachas follow a similar formula. First, sprinkle some top-down lighting onto the skin to create a base gradient. Then combine that with some ambient occlusion, which is just extra shadows around the body's creases and crevices.
What?
Then you uncover your 2D art PTSD by drawing on some specific details, such as shoulder blades, knees, breasticles, collarbones, etc. These are mostly soft brushed on with some minimal line detail, a little blush, and a couple of ditty marks to simulate moisture. The details don't have to be anything too crazy. Even simple styles can be charming. And also keep the lights and darks smooth and subtle because the shader will handle the heavier dynamic highlights and shadows. Today's project files are available on Patreon with all of the major steps for you to skip to. It's included with all of these files in the current $5 tier rotation, link in the description. Now before we do any of this, we need to unwrap our UVs. If you're a big boy and you already know how to do all of that, then I guess you can skip to this timestamp. Ooh, get a load of this guy, huh? You got a big step skipper over here. So this is the body we made in past episodes. We'll work with a mirror mod so we can do both sides at the same time. Use auto mirror to quickly mirror yours if it isn't already. And in object mode, apply the scale and rotation so our UVs won't have any weird stretching later. Add a new material to your body and do a better job of naming it than your parents did. Now over in your shading tab, go ahead and delete this principled BSDF. Press Shift A to bring up the node menu.
I've got here a 200-watt drone motor, so you might be wondering why I've decided to strap it to my wrist. In the words of my
What the fuck is that?
Grandma.
Can I sort of start at the very beginning?
I've been working on a device to help mitigate my grandma's tremor. In a previous video, I was able to find some success with a passive tuned mass damper system.
That's amazing.
But I think I can do better. A lot better. In fact, in this video I ended up trying 5 different ideas to see if I can finally beat this tremor. This idea comes from a product, Gyro Gear, which uses a gyroscope to stabilize the hand. A spinning mass with sufficient angular momentum will resist changes to its axis of rotation and stay steady. Just picture a spinning top, which maintains its balance even if you tap it gently. The keyword here is gently. A top isn't going to resist big forces, and in order to generate enough angular momentum in a spinning mass to steady a shaking hand, we need to spin it really fast. First thing though, I'm just curious what it feels like to hold a gyroscope, so I geared up some computer fan motors and tried to get this mass spinning.
Come on, working with 4.
These motors just aren't going to cut it, so let me try a brushless DC motor from a drone. This has much more power, and I can clip on some mass to increase the moment of inertia. And moving this around feels very odd. It's not necessarily stable, the side-to-side motion seems to be converting into a sort of rotation of the hand. Now, after looking into this, it turns out that rotation is called nutation, a sort of wobbling around the axis of rotation. The faster we spin, the smaller this becomes, so I either need much more mass or much more speed, but this motor already sounds like a jet trying to take off. So, I'm going to try another approach that I encountered while researching satellite stabilization. You may recall that every force has an equal and opposite force. Pushing a ball to the right pushes this person back to the left. The same is true in a rotating frame. If I spin something to the right, it will create an opposite torque spinning to the left. Here you can see if I attach the motor to my hand and start it up, a small torque is applied to my hand in the opposite direction.
Drop your weapons! You asked for... Eat this!
If I can program this motor to always spin in the opposite direction of the tremor, it could cancel out the forces. That means I need to somehow track the tremor, but I can do that with an accelerometer. This will tell me in which direction the hand is tilting and how quickly. I'll program the motor to rotate in response to the accelerometer. If it tilts one way, the motor spins the opposite way. I'll add some mass to the motor's shaft and attach it to my wrist. Now if I tilt my hand one way, it revs up in the opposite direction. I've modified my tremor simulator from last video to now simulate wrist rotation. The wrist is coupled to the motor only with springs tuned to its oscillating frequency. This just means that the wrist is uncoupled from the motor, so while the motor is driving the wrist to rotate, it can still be held steady. I'll do a test where the device is turned on and one where it is turned off to see if there's a change. The tremor looks like it's reduced, and that's great. However, practically speaking, the device is just too big and too loud. Now I managed to reduce the form factor, but ultimately I wasn't able to get anything that was sufficiently small and powerful enough to be practical. Not to mention, it would have to be battery powered, charged regularly, not get wet, and I think most importantly, it's just completely disruptive in volume. So while in principle that was quite effective, I decided to go back to the drawing board and see if I can improve on the previous passive device. I elaborate more on this in the previous video, but basically, if I can build something with a mass that wants to oscillate at the same frequency as the tremor, the energy from the tremor can go into the mass instead of into the hand. A classic way to get something to oscillate is with springs, and you can calculate what mass and what spring strength you need to get the right oscillation, in our case, 5 Hz. The previous version had made use of 4 springs, but ultimately it was too big and was too floppy. So I put together a model for a new version that was a bit more compact and had room for a bunch of springs to account for different angles. After buying a bunch of springs and none of them being quite right, I made my own out of guitar strings.
This one.
I installed all the springs and wound a copper wire around the outside so that it would have the right mass to oscillate at the right frequency. I put it on the tremor simulator and, well, it was a complete flop. The mass was just way too much for the springs to handle. So I thought, okay, maybe instead of having springs, I'll have the bracelet oscillate using something else, maybe cantilevers. Springs aren't the only thing that can oscillate, lots of things do. I saw some research by Sarah Gabai that showed it might be promising to suppress tremor with a cantilever, i.e. a protruding beam. It's not hard to imagine tapping this beam and that it might oscillate back and forth. So I built my own and tried to keep it as compact as possible. I used a bunch of different materials and masses, and ultimately had the most success with, again, guitar strings. I designed a bracelet with 4 locations for cantilevers to slot into, and brought it to my grandma to test.
Guys, I somehow lost that footage. But you're not missing much. While it had a slightly better form factor, it worked a bit worse and kept breaking. And crucially, it was only keeping the wrist steady, which was never the main culprit. The hand was the problem. And this is the thing that took me so long to notice. The hand is shaky, but the wrist mostly isn't.
So they gave me a final idea. Forget the high tech. Maybe I can just use a stick. Well, a fancy stick. It could strap onto the wrist and have a handle at the top to hold tight to. Then the hand is braced against the wrist and kept steady. And guys, this idea was so simple that it actually worked.
See, there's like no shaking there.
That's
minimal.
So much better. It's much easier it's an easier movement into my mouth.
Look at you move, Mom. All right. Oh my gosh. Can't keep up with you. All right,
It's such fun, Tristan. You've no idea. I feel quite famous already. Thank you.
There's room for improvement and I'll keep making changes, but this is a result that I'm very much surprised by and very happy with.
Здорово, Ой, то есть здорово, идите нахуй. Вместе с глобальным патчем ЗЗЗ и новым, очень увлекательным Voidhunter'ом разработчики внезапно бафнули аж 5 персонажей. Причем троим реально залезли прямо в скиллсет, они просто подкрутили циферки. И одной из них стала Грейс. Первая жертва Пайпер в Disorder паках. Прям на релизе сдохла. Хотя, если честно, на релизе из всех пятизначных аномалистов она вообще была одна и ничем особо не выделялась, кроме быстрого накопления аномалии. С каждым новым аномалистом она все сильнее встревала. И тут приходит разработчик и такой: а давай-ка мы опять запихнем облюмы. Блять, да иди ты нахуй. В общем, после тестов захотелось все-таки сделать какие-то выводы по персонажу и пройтись по изменениям более осмысленно. Подпишитесь на Twitch, телегу, YouTube, все дела. Короче, погнали. Начнем с пробуждения потенциала. Если перевести на человеческий язык, у вас всегда есть 30% аффикса на Грейс. Это на секундочку весьма жирно. Считай, ты постоянно бегаешь с 7 диском на электроурон. Ценность пениса в 5 диске, процент пробивания, возросла еще больше. Но это пока просто цифры. Дальше начинается самое интересное. По базовым атакам я не понял, что они там поменяли. Если кто-то шарит, напишите. А вот уклонение стало заметно приятнее. Теперь после доджа можно сразу перейти в 4-ю базовую, моментально стакая фулл в стряску. Это отличный quality of life бонус, который явно усиливает ее on-field потенциал. К этому мы еще вернемся. Ешку же добавили стяжку. Да, звучит красиво, но на практике после нее Грейс смачно раскидывает всех врагов за полкарты. Умом, разработчик, умом.
Давай, ты сможешь. Верь в себя, зайка, верь.
Ну, иногда она реально помогает, но чаще всего в сводке выглядит как лютый руин. В штурме, правда, по большому счету, вообще похуй. А вот дальше самый главный баф Грейс. Пульсация. Это стаки, которые ты получаешь за ультимейт и которые позволяют сдать аж 4 облюма. Я считаю, что это ее ключевое изменение. Как бы я не любил тенденцию разработчика пихать облюмы каждому первому аномалисту, ей это зашло просто идеально. Ее пассивка увеличивает урон аномалии, от которого скелится урон облюма. Причем сам облюм у нее примерно в 1,5 раза сильнее, чем у той же Вивиан. Хоть их и немного. Это резко усиливает его позиции в Disorder паках. И что важнее, открывает новый вектор гиперкерри с Риной. Раньше эта ниша была исключительно у Янаги, а теперь с ней вполне может и поспорить наша техноманьячка. Если говорить сухо по цифрам, то после ульты в нормальных патчах ты получаешь примерно 1,5 миллиона урона, а в гиперкерри 2,5 миллиона и больше вне стана. Стан и того больше. Для примера, вот вам циферки с М2 Цени и М1 Астре стан. Забавно, да? Облюму можно еще прокать, зажимая ешку, но это невероятно медленно. Я, честно, пытался найти этому адекватное применение, но получилось только что-то в духе, ну, если совсем пиздец, как срочно нужно все сдать. И то я не сказал бы, что этот способ сильно быстрее, чем просто нормально сливать стаки в стряске. Отдельно стоит отметить, что расширили условия активации пассивки. Период триггерят аномалисты. Напомню, урон аномалии никак не влияет на урон хаоса, а только на ее тики. Раньше ты мало того, что не активировал пассивку с юзухой, так даже если она и каким-то чудом работала, пользы было от этого 0. Сейчас же это идеально синергирует с новым китом Грейс. Раз уж речь зашла о Янаге, то будет логично их сравнить. В целом Грейс все еще чуть слабее Янаги, как по мне, но разрыв стал заметно меньше. В патчах с Вивиан из-за ее высокого урона аномалии Грейс вообще выглядит сильнее, а вот в чистых Disorder паках уже слегка уступает. Сравнивать, правда, сейчас тяжеловато из-за текущей Шиюй. Урон они вроде как плюс-минус равны, но сводку Янаги убивает ощутимо быстрее. А Грейс, которой не хватает взрывного урона в начале боя, вынуждена сначала разбрасывать бомжи своими гранатками. По билдам, кстати, ничего не поменялось. Все так же хаос джаз, хаос пачки, электросет в гиперкере. Единственное уточнение, в гиперкере компилятор становится лучше Сигны Янаги, хотя сама Сигна Янаги все еще остается топ-1 в Disorder паках. Просто теперь отрыв от компилятора заметно меньше. Немного про тимбилдинг. Если говорить о новом гиперкере векторе, то лучше пачка это Рина плюс Юзуха. В гиперкере тебе жизненно важен другой электроперсонаж. И это будет та же Рина, либо внезапно триггер сцении. Да, вот так вот бывает. В них ты собираешь полностью в аномалию, чтобы они поменьше срали в ротации, просто закрываешь контент. Из лучших ее тиммейтов точно стоит выделить Вивиан. С ней игра превращается в облюм Зонзира. Цифры на экране просто пиздец. И, как я говорил ранее, теперь механика облюмов идеально синергирует с Грейс. Вторым же будет бафнутая Бернис, у которой тоже есть свой милипиздрический облюм. С ней ничего не поменялось, просто персонажи хорошо стакаются. Ставишь ты их в зависимости от уязов и вложений, что логично. Из тиммейтов внезапно появилась крыса. Физ облюм у Грейс не сильно лучше, чем у Вивиан, и заменой она точно не станет. Но мне интересно, лучше ли она, чем Сет. Этого, к сожалению, я проверить не могу, потому что крысы на аккаунте у меня нет. С другими же чарами, как мне показалось, Грейс уже стакается не так хорошо, но это все еще рабочий вариант, и возможно где-то уже будет посильнее Пайпер в Disorder паках. Но это все еще ситуативно и зависит от уяза и бафа. Так как видос коротенький, хронометраж мне нужно растянуть, вот вам футажик в пачке Грейс Вивиан Юзуха. Посмотреть, как играется персонаж сейчас.
Armed and ready.
It has clip in it. Restricted zone.
This shall not be my fate.
Women failed.
So Mondstadt has been in Genshin Impact since the beginning. All of these buildings have been here since 1.0, including this building, which means this column been holding up that roof for a long time. Hey, I warned you it was going to be a terrible pun in a previous video. But today hold on. What? Wait, why do you run more like a deer than Llama does? It's like you're gliding. It's almost like you're on ice. Wait, what do I jump? Oh, she even has a custom jump? Oh, that's so satisfying to use. Oh, wait a second. It's funny because it feels like she's running in slow motion, but I'm sure she's moving at the same speed as a normal character would. But can I make her run really fast? I am already getting distracted. Hello, Jean. Welcome to the team. I'll grab Kazu as well, both for being Animo and for the reduced stamina sprint cost. Then lastly, we'll put Dia. So we have Animo Resonance. It is daytime, so Dia's passive bonus is also active. I'm gonna activate Jean C2 because that's more movement speed. Oh no, they don't have the 3-star catalysts on here. I think it's the Emerald Orb that I wanted because we can get up to a 20% movement speed buff. I guess I'll have to settle for Lost Prayer to the Sacred Winds. All I should have to do is this, absorb particles as Jean, and then we can really start running around. This looks so funny because it's like she's running in slow motion, but also really fast at the same time. Let's just get that C2 going again.
By royal decree. Final warning. You asked for it.
Booba, get them! Eat this!
Overrule.
Midnight Vet.
Drop your weapons. Hands where I can see.
At the frying pan, into the fire! Ha! Hey-ya!
Boop, and keep running. Yeah, this is something I'm definitely going to be doing on my main account. Okay, you can have your other weapon back. Now, I know that she is a non-cry character, meaning she probably wants to be paired with another non-cry character. But I'm just going to use her by herself and hopefully not get hit because she'll probably drop. But I've not used any of her attacks yet. So, oh, it's like... What, oh, wait. I need to get out of this tall grass. Hilichurls, I'll be right back. Wait, what am I doing? I don't even need the Hilichurls to use my attacks. It's not like I'm doing a damage test. Okay. How high up do these start? Okay, decently high up. And let's see. Charged attack. Bigger one with a pretty looking animation and a nice sound effect. I like that. Oh, jeez. I was going to clear these. There's way too many of them. Never mind. All these exclamation marks all over the screen bother me so much, but I have to click so many things to get rid of them. It's not my account. We'll just deal with it. Elemental skill. I don't know if there's a press/hold version for this. I'm just going to press it. Okay. I mean, there's a ring behind her back, kind of like Raiden Shogun, but obviously I'm not in combat, so I have absolutely no idea what that did. I'm gonna try holding it. I think it's the same. Hello, Hilichurls. I'm here to test out what my skill does. Let me use that again. Don't hit me, please. It seems like nothing's happening. What if I start attacking? Maybe it has to be an off field thing, or potentially when you do lunar reaction stuff. I'm gonna find out soon by reading the actual skill description. I just always like testing it before I read anything. Maybe don't hit me. Charged attack? No. Is it buffing the damage at all? It's hard to tell. All right, and then turn off the HUD and we use the burst. Ooh, I like it. Honestly, I love playing this game with the HUD turned off because it just looks so nice without all that UI stuff all over the screen. I mean, it's useful information, but still, this just looks so nice. Ooh, wait, let's use skill again. Is it a heal? Do I heal? I am not healing. Oh, what a shame. Columbina blinked when they took her picture. So speaking of that, she does have an idle animation where she actually does open up her eyes. You remember back when I made that eye tier list of all the Genshin characters years ago? I think she would rank pretty highly on that. But let me grab a non-cry character. We are now ascending. Anefa might just kill everything because she's actually built. So skill. I'm not going to attack. There is Hydro being applied. I don't know the rules for it. What was that? Okay, hold on. I just read the description of her normal attack. Or I guess really it's her charged attack. If I have Verdant Dews, she can do Dendro damage. So apply Dendro, switch, apply No, that's the thing you're not supposed to do. I know some of you are going to say playing with 170 ping is nothing compared to what you have to play with, but because this is the creator experience server, my connection's not as good as it is for the normal servers. So when I switch characters, there's like a second delay. Basically what I'm saying is that's my excuse for when I do dumb stuff in the game. Let's try that again. Dendro, switch, Hydro. So we get Verdant Dews being generated, right? Then I charged attack. And she can do Lunar Bloom damage by her, well, not technically by herself, because, you know, you need a Dendro character on the team. But, like, that's just cool that she can even do that. Oh, whoa! She goes crazy with it. I didn't read the rest of her skills yet. What if I use the burst while having a Verdant Dew? Does anything change? I mean, that hit for 5,000. At level 1, that's pretty good. Wait, her eyes are open the whole time during her burst. That's cool. Don't you dare hit me. I've now read her skill description, and it claims that when I use the skill, it'll keep doing... Oh yeah, it does do Hydro damage. Why didn't I notice that before? I mean, I tested specifically for that, and I swear I wasn't seeing it. So then I want to do Hydro and Dendro stuff, use the skill, and we'll start generating different types of gravity, and then I die, because definitely the pit... I didn't die. I'm actually back. I never died. That time I did die. No, cutscenes. Basically, 0 quests are done on these creator experience server accounts, so everywhere I go starts a cutscene. It's kind of like permanently playing Wind Trace, but the Seekers are the cutscenes that you can't see until you step too far towards them. Get bursted on. Oh, the wheel thing behind her is filling up. Oh, wait. Let me fill it. Let me fill it all the way. So that must be when the gravity mechanic activates. Remember earlier when we saw all those like dendro missiles shoot out of the sky? That was the gravity effect for Lunar Bloom. For Lunar Charged, supposedly it is a single instance of electro or lunar charge damage. Let me test that out. Let's get the skill up so we can start collecting our gravity. And we get that whenever there's a lunar reaction that takes place. It might have been that. I don't know. I don't know exactly. There's a lot of electro or lunar charged happening, so it's a little hard to tell which one's actually.
Хайс, вот и вышла долгожданная версия Луна 4, принеся с собой баннеры Инифы и Коломбины, на которых нам понадобится просто уйма гемов. И как удачно, что разработчики запустили еще один веб-ивент, на котором мы эти самые гемчики и сможем получить. Так что присаживайся поудобнее, сейчас я расскажу, как всего за пару кликов забрать все награды данного события. Будет крайне полезно, ну и конечно же интересно. Ну и конечно же, как и в каждом ролике, раздам тебе несколько лун. Для того, чтобы ее себе получить, нужно просто полностью посмотреть данный ролик, подписаться на канал, поставить лайк и оставить любой осмысленный комментарий. Так что не упусти данную халяву. Ну а мы начинаем. Приятного просмотра. А если тебе не хватает гемов на Колумбину и Инифу, то в этом тебе поможет дроп, на котором можно бесплатно получить, или самым низким на сайте есть бесплатно. Которое звучит как «Путь к Луне». Ну, хоть на этот раз, произнося название ивента, я не думаю о том, чтобы вызвать братьев Винчестеров на Черной Импале. Так вот, само событие только началось, а именно 14 января, и продлится оно по 28 число включительно. Крайне большой срок для такого относительно маленького ивента, как по мне. Но зато все, у кого мало свободного времени, смогут поиграть в него. Так вот, для того, чтобы принять участие в данном событии, тебе, как и всегда, нужно будет открыть меню Пайман и найти там кнопку «Особые события». Ну, или же можешь поискать ссылку на ивент в телеграм-канале разработчиков. Как только ты нажмешь на ссылку, тебя перенаправит на страницу ивента. На ней тебя встретит эдакая беспроигрышная лотерея. Чтобы принять в ней участие, тебе понадобится выполнить пару несложных условий, таких как посетить страницу ивента, зайти 2 дня подряд в игру и так далее. За выполнение этих условий ты получишь лунные перья, за которые ты и заберешь награды в виде энного количества моры на карманные расходы и книжек опыта для прокачки персонажей. И что самое главное, 40 гемчиков. Но это еще не все. Также, если у тебя есть друг, который не заходил в игру более месяца, ты сможешь отправить ему личный код приглашения, перейдя по которому твой друг получит дополнительные 20 гемов, а ты еще 2 пера для участия в розыгрыше. Таким образом можно пригласить до 5 друзей. Однако я не вижу в этом смысла, так как дополнительных гемчиков лично ты не получишь. Это просто дополнительный способ уговорить лучшего друга вернуться в игру. Но если честно, все равно странный способ, вряд ли человек за 20 гемов захочет вернуться в игру. Так что вот такие дела. Обязательно поделись в комментариях своими крутками новых героев. Будет интересно узнать, кто кого выбил. Ну а мы еще услышимся. Пока.
By royal decree, final warning. Hands where I can see them.
Eat this!
As you wish. Drop your weapons.
You asked for nice and spicy. You're toast!
Overruled. Hands where I can.
Into the fire! Hey-ya!
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2
You don't learn your first language.
Короче.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Lab Coats. Did you know Coca-Cola is the world's most popular non-alcoholic beverage? That's a little tidbit I picked up as I studied literally every aspect of this drink for almost a year at the cost of my own sanity, but I digress. Point is, Coca-Cola is kind of a big deal. Practically every human being on the planet knows what it is. And yet, despite existing for almost 140 years, only a handful of people actually know what it's made of. As a matter of fact, the Coca-Cola secret formula is one of the most tightly guarded trade secrets to ever exist, with protective measures so extreme that they're almost laughable. Seriously, they have a giant steel vault that they show off on guided tours. Does that not sound like something straight out of SpongeBob? And if that wasn't enough, the ingredients are all shipped unlabeled and from entirely different facilities, who are kept almost entirely in the dark about what they're making. So much effort, all for a soft drink that the company half-heartedly promotes with horribly out-of-touch AI commercials. Wouldn't it be funny if somebody managed to steal the secret formula right from under their noses, piece together a chemically identical beverage with the exact same flavor, and then tell absolutely everyone on the internet how to make it themselves?
What happened now?
To most sane people, this probably sounds like a fool's errand. After all, many have attempted the quest and invariably came up short. Trust me, I tried all their formulations, none of them tasted like real Coke. So, is this even possible? Well, in theory, yes. One article from 2016 theorized that the recipe could be deciphered with the help of mass spectrometry, although the author basically concluded that only a major group like Pfizer would have the time and resources to actually do so. Guess this was before science YouTubers got serious, cause I actually have 2 YouTube friends with 2 different kinds of mass spectrometers, and one even happens to be a college professor. Yeah, we're coming for you, Coca-Cola.
Oh, but Zach, Coca-Cola uses coca leaves. You can't possibly hope to replicate it without...
Have you heard of chemicals? I'm aware that whatever I make won't be absolutely identical down to the trace contaminants, but if I add all of the major flavoring agents that are detected in real Coca-Cola, I should get something that tastes like Coke, regardless of if it came from a coca plant. And spoiler alert...
Dude. Yeah, I can't even tell. Even though I know already, I can't even tell.
I wasn't expecting it to taste so much like Coke. Oh my god.
This approach actually works pretty freaking well. And in regards to legality, well, Coca-Cola hasn't actually patented the recipe. Seriously. Doing so would require them to expose what they're actually patenting, and that's obviously not something they want to do. Consequently, unless I try marketing my own product under the Coca-Cola name, there's really nothing they can do about it. So, what are we waiting for? Let's get cooking. Now, believe it or not, we already know over 99% of Coca-Cola's makeup, at least by weight. A liter of Coke contains roughly 110 grams of sugar, 96 milligrams of caffeine, and 0.64 grams of phosphoric acid, based on pH measurements and other scientific analysis. It also contains caramel color, which contributes important flavor compounds like furfural, in addition to the cola's rich brown hue. What we don't know is what makes up the last ingredient, natural flavors. This is where the real battle begins. As of 2025, only one of the natural flavors can be definitively verified, decoconized coca leaf extract. The Stepan Company in New Jersey is one of the only American companies licensed to work with coca leaves, and guess who they sell the extract to once the cocaine is removed? Cola nut extract was also used at one point, but it was phased out in favor of refined caffeine. I tried finding my own source of cocaine-free coca extract, but companies like Power Leaves never returned my emails, and the package I bought from this definitely not sketchy Peruvian website got seized at the border. So basically I was at square one like every other non-Coca-Cola entity, which meant I had to work up the entire flavor profile from scratch. At first, I thought this might be fairly easy. I mean, several cola recipes are already published, including the original Pemberton Coca-Cola from 1886, so I figured it'd simply be a matter of tweaking these until I got something that fit. Long story short, I was very, very wrong. As a starting point, most recipes call for the following set of flavors: orange, lemon, lime, coriander, nutmeg, cinnamon, vanilla, and neroli. A few other ingredients that get suggested include black pepper, lavender, clove, and kaffir lime leaf, so I bought all these flavors as essential oils from reputable vendors. Using essential oils in food might sound a bit strange, but rest assured this is fairly standard practice in the food and beverage industry, as it allows for very precise and repeatable combination of flavors. To run my early trials, I would measure precise volumes of each oil using a micropipette, and combine them in a small vial. Once mixed, the required amount of flavor oil would be dissolved in roughly 1 milliliter of food-grade alcohol, which helps it disperse into the soda instead of clumping into droplets. This was an issue I faced when I made root beer from sassafras oil a few years ago, and the ethanol practically eliminates it without throwing off the flavor. Finally, the flavor mixture will be measured and added to a predetermined volume of soda, which was made with the established proportions of acid, caffeine, caramel color, and sugar. Pretty straightforward. Initially, I attempted to use something called an orthogonal array to perform my analysis. Nighthawk and Light has an excellent video explaining how these work, which I highly recommend you check out. But basically, an orthogonal or Taguchi array is a type of mathematical table that allows you to find meaningful correlations with a relatively small number of trials. In my case, I was hoping to determine which flavors contributed the most to the flavor of cola. Unfortunately, the human mouth perceives flavor mixtures in really complicated ways, so my results were highly inconclusive, and often disgusting. That said, I did actually learn a lot by doing this. In terms of flavors, nutmeg, cinnamon, and coriander seem to contribute the most to the iconic cola flavor, but not without a strong citrus base composed of lemon and lime. At the same time, flavors like neroli and lavender just didn't seem to work in the modern profile. They added a strong, floral note that isn't found in today's Coke, and also made it taste like artificial sweeteners were being used. And despite showing up in most recipes, orange didn't really seem to fit either, at least not in the large amounts that are usually suggested. 1 to 2% ended up being the sweet spot, and while modestly important to the flavor, higher amounts would begin to throw off the citrus notes. Of the other flavors I tested, Kaffir lime leaf was by far the most out of place, since it basically tasted like citronella. Clove was similarly overbearing and noticeably different from the spices found in Coke, while black pepper and vanilla contrastingly seemed to do very little. I mean, if I really boosted the vanilla, it was detectable and the perceived sweetness would go up, but black pepper mostly just seemed to accentuate the more earthy flavors already found in nutmeg. Now, while I did gather at least a rough idea of what's in Coca-Cola from these early trials, I still had no idea what the correct ratios were, or what ingredients I was missing. So to find out, I cracked out my secret weapons: scientific papers and chemical analysis. In terms of analysis, Vince from Neptunium and Ben from Mass Spec Everything agreed to analyze Coca-Cola, my ingredients, and a few similar sodas like Pepsi using their mass spectrometers. These machines essentially take a tiny sample of whatever you want, split it into chemical fractions using either a liquid or gas chromatography column, and then analyze each fraction by ionizing and firing its components through a magnetic field. Much like a prism splitting up light, the magnetic field splits up ions based on their mass, giving a sort of fingerprint that can be used to identify what chemical was ionized. That's the explanation, and this is the exact chemical makeup of Coca-Cola. Let's dissect its secrets, shall we? The dominant peak we found was something called alpha-terpineol, which mostly arises from the acid-catalyzed hydrolysis of limonene and pinene, and it hints that citrus oils do in fact make up a large portion of Coke's flavor. The next major peak is actually the remaining limonene, followed by 4-terpineol and fenchol. Cinnamaldehyde, saponine, and carine were also detected, indicating the presence of cinnamon and nutmeg. And finally, we found eucalyptol, borneol, furfural from the caramel color, and ethyl levolinate. Levolinic acid and its esters form when sugars like fructose are heated under acidic conditions, which suggests that Coca-Cola undergoes heating at some point during its production. Now, this is all well and good, but unfortunately, we couldn't pin down the exact concentration of each component using this data. You see, a mass spectrometer's output is given as a plot of relative intensity, not concentration. If you want concentration, you usually have to do a lot of math and other testing to figure out how different chemicals interact with the machine. So, instead of relying purely on the mass spectrometry data we collected, I chose to also lean on the data from this article in the Journal of Agricultural and Food Chemistry. This table in particular listed pretty much every flavor found in Coca-Cola, and even gave their measured concentrations. There were a few flavors they left out, such as fenchol, but I figured once the concentrations of other ingredients were determined, these secondary flavors would be easy to dial in with the help of mass spectrometry. I won't be going through every chemical on this list, but there are a few I'd like to point out that reveal important information about the secret formula. Obviously, cinnamaldehyde and vanillin can be directly correlated with cinnamon and vanilla, so we can check those off as part of Coke's recipe. limonene and alpha-terpineol are also present, along with aldehydes like octanol, nonanol, and decanol, which collectively signal the strong presence of citrus oils. This is all stuff we mostly knew. Things get interesting though with linalool and the various forms of eugenol. Eugenol and its esters make up 80 to 90% of clove oil, which is one of the suggested ingredients that people reference from time to time. However, the concentrations found in Coke are only enough to account for the traces contributed by nutmeg and cinnamon oils, which are much more definitive ingredients. And since clove oil threw off the flavor in my early tests, I think it's fairly safe to rule it out as a potential flavor. Sticking with ingredients we already discussed, linalool also rules out a few potential flavors. To explain how though, we need to talk about enantiomers. Basically, for a molecule like linalool, two mirrored versions exist, R and S. You can flip them around all you want, but no orientation will make them identical. Interestingly, the R enantiomer of linalool makes up the majority of both lavender and neroli oils, while the S enantiomer makes up the majority of coriander oil. And, according to the study, Coca-Cola contains mostly S-linalool, with the amount of R-linalool only being enough to cover what would come from the citrus oils. Some might argue that chemicals like neral and nerol signify the presence of neroli, but this simply isn't the case. These compounds are found in citrus oils just like linalool, meaning we can pretty definitively say neroli and lavender are not ingredients in Coke. The last chemical I'm going to bring up is acetic acid. To me, this one was kind of a shock, especially with it being the third most prominent flavor by mass. My first thought was that it was simply arising from the acid-catalyzed breakdown of acetate esters in the cola. But after talking with Darcy over on the Art of Drink channel, and seeing it in an actual recipe from the 1950s, I'm almost certain that's being added deliberately. To be clear, the amounts being used are in the range of parts per million, but I still find it kind of funny that vinegar is probably one of the secret ingredients. With the major flavoring compounds identified and correlated with existing ingredients, I set up an Excel spreadsheet to make iterating my recipes a bit easier. A mixing calculator would basically take the volume of each oil being added, determine how much of each component was present, and then compare that data with the Coca-Cola numbers. Once everything was matching, I would take the recipe, log it on a separate tab with notes about the soda it made, and finally rank how close it was to real Coke. Unfortunately, while most of the flavor compounds could be easily connected to at least one of the essential oils, there were a few that just weren't showing up on the mass spectrum. Specifically, fenchol and 4-terpineol. Originally, alpha-terpineol was also on this list, but after modifying my soda preparation to include heating, there was more than enough of it to go around. For the fenchol, I simply resorted to buying the raw chemical. But for 4-terpineol, I started down a completely new rabbit hole. You see, the taste of Coca-Cola can be divided into a few main groups. The two we've tackled so far, and the two most people stop at, are citrus and brown spices, along with less pronounced subgroups like caramel and vanilla. What most people tend to overlook are the more green, fresh flavors that seem to come from the coca leaf. Without these flavors, you tend to end up with a more spice-centered drink like Pepsi. So, for my source of 4-terpineol, I decided to go with an essential oil that I felt would reintroduce those missing flavors: tea tree oil. By mass, this stuff is close to 50% 4-terpineol, and most of the other chemicals it contains match up with those found in Coca-Cola, so it doesn't really mess up the mass spectrum. When I began using it, I noticed an immediate improvement in the flavor, although it never fully replenished the missing freshness. Overall, it was more like drinking Diet Coke than regular Coke, and no amount of tweaking or adding essential oils seemed to change that. I spent months adjusting the recipe, testing new ingredients, and forcing family members to taste my experiments. Eventually, my original soda stream gave out, and I had to buy a second one.
This is starting to become unreasonably expensive.
I tested cassia cinnamon versus cinnamon leaf, different versions of nutmeg and lime, heating and aging versus not, even adding trace flavors like isopugol. Heck, I even tested completely random flavors to see if they'd fill in what was lacking. They never did. After a certain point, I was pretty close to throwing in the towel. Maybe people were right to say that Coca-Cola is impossible to replicate without coca leaves. And then, the answer finally hit me. Coca leaf extract is essentially a type of tea, and teas contain tannins. These tannins possess a dry, astringent taste that can help mask sweet flavors. And since they're non-volatile, they don't usually show up on gas-based mass spectrums, explaining how I missed them for so long. Best of all, they're sold in a purified state for winemaking, meaning I could quickly get a hold of a sample and test out my theory. And it was all worth it. This is the mass spectrum of Coca-Cola. And this is the mass spectrum of one of my replicas. They're nearly identical. And the flavor, well, what can I say? It tastes like Coke. There are tiny differences, of course, but honestly, this stuff is closer to classic Coke than Coke's own glass bottle or Diet Colas are, and infinitely closer than any other replica. It definitely checks out as Coca-Cola, at least to me. We'll get to other people's reactions and opinions here in a minute. But first, let me show you exactly how it's made. Brief spoiler, the startup cost for this recipe can be kinda high, unless you have a pre-existing stockpile of essential oils and accurate measuring equipment. Once you have everything though, you can easily produce a bulk flavor solution that will last for years, and allow you to create servings of Coke for mere pennies. No more paying a company that won't even pay real animators. In terms of hardware, we'll need a mass scale, an adjustable micropipette that can accurately dispense up to 1,000 microliters, a 50 milliliter graduated cylinder, some 1 liter storage bottles, and some kind of heat-resistant glassware for making the syrup. Resist the temptation to use metal cookware, since phosphoric acid can attack it and dissolve less than healthy metals into the soda. There is a reason soda cans have that plastic liner. Finally, you can also use a magnetic stirrer for mixing, as well as a 1 liter volumetric flask to make the dilution steps a bit easier. For ingredients, we have all the essential oils seen here: sugar, carbonated water, caffeine, caramel color, food-grade alcohol, 85% phosphoric acid, glycerin, wine tannins, 5% vinegar, vanilla extract, and fenchol. Quick note, fenchol melts just above room temperature, so you might need to warm it up in some hot water before beginning. I bought my sample on Amazon, and after testing it, I can confirm its flavor is present in Coke, so use it if you can. For caramel color, I used Shank's brand, but other varieties like Durkee should work just as well, as long as they're composed of actual caramel color and not a mix of red and green food dyes. If you don't use Shank's though, try playing with the amounts you add to get the right color. Also, keep in mind that we are working with chemicals here, including a few that are mildly hazardous. So, for your own safety, wear gloves, measure accurately, and don't taste any of the unmixed ingredients. The first step is to prepare what most people call the 7X flavoring, which is the mixture of essential oils and alcohol that make up the Coca-Cola secret formula. To be clear, what I'm about to share is not the Coca-Cola secret formula, since I failed to utilize decoconized coca leaf extract. Chemically though, it's about as close as you can get without it, and the real deal should be fairly similar. The recipe is 45.8 milliliters lemon, 36.5 milliliters lime, 1.2 milliliters orange, 8 milliliters tea tree, 4.5 milliliters cassia cinnamon, 2.7 milliliters nutmeg, 0.7 milliliters coriander, and 0.6 milliliters fenchol. And optimally, you'd let this mixture age for a day or two before continuing. Art of Drink has an excellent video explaining why, and even the original Pemberton version of Coca-Cola includes this aging step. In the end, you'll be rewarded with about 100 milliliters of flavor oil, which is enough for over 5,000 liters of soda, or about as much as your mom drinks in a day. To make the 7X solution, simply dilute 20 milliliters of the flavor oil to a volume of 1 liter using food-grade alcohol. And before anyone gets worried, the amount of alcohol being added to the final soda is 5 times less than what you get from a non-alcoholic beer, and far too little to taste or make this drink intoxicating. Other flavor extracts like vanilla or almond use ethanol as a solvent. This is no different. Still, if alcohol is an issue, you can emulsify the oil into water with the help of gum arabic. Check out Glenn and Friends Cooking to see how he does this with his cola. Anyway, next, we'll need to make a secondary water-based solution containing the other ingredients, aside from sugar and carbonated water. Into roughly 200 milliliters of hot water, measure out 10 milliliters of 5% vinegar, 9.65 grams of caffeine, 175 grams of glycerin, 45 milliliters of 85% phosphoric acid, 8 grams of wine tannins, 10 milliliters of vanilla extract, and 320 milliliters of Shank's caramel color. In case you're wondering, the glycerin is being added for texture and mouthfeel. Without it, the drink tends to feel a bit thinner and more like diet soda. Also, if using vanilla extract feels imprecise, you can alternatively mix up a solution containing 9.5 grams per liter of vanillin and use 1 milliliter of that. Given the fairly limited impact vanilla seems to have though, you probably wouldn't notice a major difference. Give each ingredient time to fully incorporate before adding the next, and once everything is dissolved, dilute the mixture to a final volume of 1 liter using water. Now, let's make some Coca-Cola. For this demo, I'll be making 1 liter, just so scaling up or down is a bit easier. Into a glass dish, add 104 grams of sugar, and just enough water to dissolve everything. I know I said 110 grams of sugar per liter of soda at the beginning of the video, but here's the deal. That's for a mixture of fructose and glucose, like you'd find in corn syrup. If we add 110 grams of sucrose or cane sugar, the phosphoric acid will cause it to react with the water and form nearly 116 grams of those simpler sugars. That would throw off the sweetness of the drink, so we use less sugar to compensate. Anyway, next we add our flavor solutions to the syrup. 10 milliliters of the water-based solution and 1 milliliter of the alcohol-based 7X solution. You might need a few extra drops of the 7X solution, it really depends on your taste. As soon as everything is combined, microwave or otherwise heat the mixture until nearly boiling, and cover to prevent the more volatile flavors from escaping. Heating like this helps the phosphoric acid break down compounds like limonene and citral, and it also accelerates that sugar hydrolysis reaction we just talked about, so it's a fairly crucial step. Once fully cooled, dilute the syrup to a volume of 1 liter with cold carbonated water. This can either be bought or made yourself using a soda stream. Just don't attempt to carbonate the fully mixed soda on the machine. It tends to produce a lot of foam, which can lead to bacterial growth if you're not careful. And this is our finished Coca-Cola. You can drink it directly, but if you want the most accurate version of the final flavor, allow the soda to rest for a day or so in the fridge. And again, while the flavor is as close as I could get to Coke after a year of trying, and certainly closer than any other clone I've tasted, there is still room for perfection. So if you have the ingredients, feel free to experiment. And for future reference, I'll have the most up-to-date version of the recipe in the video description. Of course, I could go on and on about how I think my cola tastes, but what do other people think? Is this a convincing replica, or just another Pemberton knockoff? Well, I set up several blind and non-blind taste tests, and people actually had trouble telling it apart from real Coke.
This is regular Coke, see, I can't even tell. Even though I know already, I can't even tell.
9.5 out of 10.
9.5 out of 10? That's pretty good.
That tastes pretty close. Like, I may not be able to tell if these are side by side with the original taste.
I know that is definitely, Coke, or a Coke product. If you said it was vanilla Coke or something like that, I'd be like, yeah, maybe that's definitely Coke.
I think this is more similar to this bottle than this is to that bottle, which is crazy to think about now that I said that out loud.
Yeah, that's a Coke product. I wasn't expecting it to taste so much like Coke. Oh my gosh, hold on, I gotta go again.
I gotta go again.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, like, if you sold this on the shelves, I'd buy it.
Regular Coke drinkers were better picking mine out from the mix, but the general consensus was that Lab Cola could be mistaken for Coke, and not other colas like Pepsi. When tasted on its own, without Coca-Cola as a direct reference, people overwhelmingly thought it was the real deal, unlike the Pemberton recipe, Open Cola, and other clones I had them try.
Yeah, that's not Coke.
Oh. No, that's not Coke. No, that's not even, it's a cola, but that's not Coke. That is just straight flour.
It's very cinnamony to me. That's almost pure cinnamon.
Like, like those little candies?
Yeah.
But it's definitely not Coke.
Alright, I think that's finally it. 2025 is coming to a close, and it has been an insane year for this channel. Thanks to everyone's support, I was able to take on crazy projects like making fluorine gas at home, preparing oleum piranha solution, and putting a 360 camera probe in front of a tornado. Stay tuned for that adventure. 2026 is shaping up to be another great year for Lab Coats, although there are a few changes on the way. If all goes well, I'll be graduating in May with my bachelor's degree in chemical engineering, and moving to a new location where I'll be doing an internship and hopefully getting a full-time job. It's hard to say how many videos I'll be putting out at that time, but rest assured if there is like a little break in there, it's not going to be permanent, and I will be coming back. Regarding projects, I have several chemistry-themed ones planned out, including making taurine for my own energy drink, and finally finishing my work with super stenches by taking on tellurium. I also bought over $1,000 worth of capacitors to build a plasma gun, and for storm chasing, I got this high-speed drone to film tornadoes up close and personal. Kinda like the Otis project, but cheaper. Now I just need a license. If you'd like to help support me and my channel, feel free to donate, join my Patreon, or become a channel member. Or pick yourself up a sample of the Lab Cola flavor stuff. As always, a big thanks goes out to all the existing LabCode's Patreon supporters and channel members. Without them, I would not be able to afford projects like this. Remember to like, share, and subscribe, and I'll catch you next time. LabCoats out.
The great Charles Sanders Peirce once said, "In no other branch of mathematics is it so easy to blunder as in probability theory." And ain't that the truth? Some of math's most infamously devious problems come from probability theory. The Monty Hall problem, the birthday paradox, the two children problem. Probability really has more tricky puzzles than you could shake a stick at. But suppose we have a stick, and it's broken at random into 3 pieces. 3 pieces, of course, is just enough to make a triangle, but depending on the lengths of the pieces that result from the breaks, forming a triangle might not actually be possible. Then our question is, how likely is it? If a stick is broken at random into 3 pieces, what's the probability that the 3 pieces form a triangle? And indeed, this is another example of a devious probability puzzle. One of the things that makes this so tricky is that, as stated, the problem is pretty non-specific. I mean, yeah, we get the general idea, but exactly how is the stick going to be broken into the 3 pieces? Are we randomly selecting 2 points on the stick and making the cuts there? Or are we randomly selecting 1 cut and then randomly selecting 1 piece to randomly cut once more? You might not think it matters much. In either case, we're breaking the stick randomly into 3 pieces. Maybe it matters, maybe it doesn't. We'll answer that question later. But for now, we better darn well be sure about how we're breaking our stick. This stick breaking problem originates from an 1854 Cambridge University exam. And in this original statement of the problem, it's pretty clear they're using the first method. A rod is marked at random at 2 points and then divided into 3 parts at these points. So we're going to start by answering that question. When we randomly select 2 points on the stick to make cuts, what's the probability that the 3 pieces can form a triangle? Before we get into the details, I have to spend As we embark on this probability adventure together, one key thing to understand about probability is how useful geometry and area models can be in solving these sorts of problems. For example, what's the probability that in 2 coin flips, we get both a heads and a tails? If we say that this 1x1 unit square represents all the possibilities of 2 coin flips, clearly it has an area of 1, representing the 100% chance that something happens. And certainly half of this square would be where our first flip is heads, and half would be where the first flip is tails. Then in the heads rectangle, half of it is where the next flip is also heads, and half is where the next flip is tails. And in the tails rectangle, half of it is where the next flip is also tails, and half is where the next flip is heads. And thus we see that half of the square is where we got both a heads and a tails. And so the answer to the question is 50%. For the stick problem, we'll also use an area model kind of like this. But a certain theorem from geometry is going to make a different shape the key to our solution. If the pieces that result from the breaks are A, B, and C, then certainly their sum has to equal the length of the stick. And let's agree for this whole discussion that the length of the stick is 1. The other key restriction is that if these pieces A, B, and C are going to form a triangle, no single piece can be too long. Obviously, if one of the broken pieces is too long, then the other 2 pieces may be unable to meet to form the triangle. And how long is too long? Well, perhaps not surprisingly, it's half the stick. If the piece A, for example, was longer than half the stick, then there's no way that B and C could meet to form a triangle, because even if we laid them down perfectly flat, together they're less than half the stick, and A is longer than that. So if any one piece is longer than half the stick, the other two pieces won't be able to bridge that distance to form a triangle, which gives us the last restriction that A, B, and C, all three of the piece lengths, must be less than a half. As long as these restrictions are met, then the pieces the stick is broken into will certainly be able to form a triangle. Now, for the coin flips, it was very easy to use a square as a model. That's because we already know the probabilities of coin flips, half heads, half tails, and it's easy to cut squares and rectangles in half. But for breaking a stick into 3 pieces and following these guidelines, a more clever model will be necessary, and a perfect model can be found in an equilateral triangle of height 1. If we randomly pick a point inside this equilateral triangle of height 1, its distances from the 3 sides have the very special property that they add to the height of the triangle. This fact is called Viviani's theorem, and it's easily proven. And to assist in the proof, here's a simple diagram from the Wikipedia page on the theorem. From the chosen point in the equilateral triangle, it's straightforward to join it to the 3 vertices, which then creates 3 interior triangles who have as their heights the distances between those triangles' sides and that chosen point. Clearly, those 3 triangles together form the entire triangle. And also, these 3 triangles have equal bases, since their bases are the sides of an equilateral triangle. Now, what's the area of the entire equilateral triangle? Well, let's say this is the base, and let's say it has length lowercase c, so then the area of the big equilateral triangle would be 1/2 times that base of c multiplied by whatever its height is. Again, we know that's equal to the added areas of these 3 smaller triangles. The area of this triangle would be 1/2 times the base of c times its height of s. The area of this triangle would be 1/2 times this base, which is the same as this base, so 1/2 times c times t, and this one similarly, its area is 1/2 times c times u. So if we just take that factor of 1/2 and that base length of c out of each of those terms, the total area of these 3 triangles put together is 1/2 times c times s plus t plus u. We can cancel out the half c on both sides of the equation and establish Viviani's theorem. The height of the equilateral triangle is equal to the sum of the distances from the triangle's sides to a chosen interior point. So randomly picking a point in this equilateral triangle is equivalent to randomly breaking the stick at 2 points to form 3 pieces. By randomly picking a point in the triangle, we get these 3 distances, which we know add to the height of the triangle, which we've agreed is 1, which is also the length of our stick. And the distances that we get from picking a point in this equilateral triangle could take on any of the lengths that the pieces of our stick could, including pieces like these that do form triangles, and other distances that certainly do not. So we know all of the possibilities exist in this equilateral triangle model. Some of the possibilities do form triangles, some of them don't. So the question now is, what proportion of this space does contain points that correspond to piece lengths that can form triangles? Well, the piece lengths correspond to the distances between each side and the chosen point. And to form a triangle, we know that those distances cannot exceed 1/2. That means we can't get any further than 1/2 away from this side. We also can't get any further than 1/2 away from this side. And we can't get any further away than 1/2 from this side. Hence, the space of valid choices is this smaller equilateral triangle, which makes up exactly 1/4 of the whole space. Hence, if we randomly select 2 points on the stick to make cuts, the probability that the 3 pieces form a triangle is 1/4. If the randomly chosen point is in this central region, then the corresponding piece lengths will all be less than 1/2, so they'll be able to make a triangle. If the point lies anywhere else, then one of the sides is going to be prohibitively long. Now, how do things change, if at all, if we use the alternative method? If we randomly pick 1 point on the stick to cut, then randomly select one of the 2 pieces to randomly cut once more. Well, in this situation, after the first cut, if we randomly select the shorter of the 2 pieces to give a second cut, then we're certainly not going to be able to form a triangle, because the longer piece will be greater than half the stick and won't be cut again since we selected the shorter piece to receive the second cut. Now, you may also be wondering about the case where the first cut is exactly in the middle, so then neither piece is the shorter piece. Well, in this case, no matter what would happen next, our attempt to make a triangle would just look like a straight line, which is half the length of the stick. This is because one side would be half the stick, and the other 2 sides, no matter how they end up being split up, would perfectly coincide with half the stick. So it would give us a what's called degenerate triangle. And it doesn't actually matter whether we consider the degenerate case to be a triangle or not. It's only one edge case out of a continuum of others. So we'll just assume that there is a longer piece each time we cut the whole stick. So continuing our analysis of this situation, we know that half the time we'll end up selecting the shorter piece of the stick, and in those situations we'll not be able to form a triangle. When we randomly choose which piece to give the second cut, half of the time we will choose the longer piece though, and in that situation there is still hope. So let us again look at our equilateral triangle model. For the same reasons as before, this triangle in the middle represents the valid options for cuts that will allow us to form a triangle, because each point in this center triangle corresponds to pieces of our stick that are all less than 1/2. However, we're assuming that we've already made 1 cut, and we now have to perform another cut on the longer piece. Since we've already performed 1 cut, this entire triangle isn't available to us, because the length of the shorter piece is now fixed. And wherever our random second cut ends up putting us on this triangle, let's just agree that the vertical distance between this point and this side represents the length of the shorter piece that we're not cutting again. And if we agree to let that vertical distance represent the length of the shorter piece, then by definition of shorter in this situation, it certainly can't extend past this line. If the point were up here, then the length of the so-called shorter piece would be greater than 1/2, which would be a contradiction. After that first cut, the shorter piece can't possibly be more than half of the stick. Only the longer piece can be. Then the situation is really just like before. All of the points in this central triangle represent valid options for cuts that would allow us to make a triangle with the pieces. However, less area is available to us because we can't have a point up here. So let's black that out. The length of the shorter piece can't be greater than 1/2, so this area isn't available to us. So what proportion of the available area represents a valid cut? Well, that would be 1 out of 3. So what are the odds that we'll be able to form a triangle if we cut using this second method? Like we said, after the first cut, there's a 1/2 chance we choose the shorter piece to cut again, and we will not be able to form a triangle in that situation. But the other half of the time, we choose the longer piece to give a second cut. And when we do that, there is a 1/3 possibility that the second cut will give us pieces with which we can form the triangle. And so the probability is 1/2 1/2 times 1/3, or 1/6. Isn't that surprising? This is how easy it is to make an error in probability. While randomly cutting a stick into 3 pieces may seem like a fairly simple procedure, this slight variation on how it's done results in a disparity greater than 8%. I mean, just imagine the scams you could pull with baloney like this. I could offer someone favorable odds to play this stick-breaking game, show them a convincing mathematical argument that the odds are as favorable as I claim, but then slightly adjust how the game actually works in a way that isn't noticeable to a layman, but as we've seen, it does meaningfully change the odds of the game. In fact, making a mistake in probability is so easy that not only do these 2 different ways of breaking the stick into 3 pieces produce 2 different probabilities, but this one isn't even correct. The erroneous explanation I gave for the 1/6 probability was also given by famous mathematics writer Martin Gardner. When he published an addendum to correct the error, he mentioned this mistake is found in many textbooks that discuss the problem. Even intelligent, diligent, and well-meaning sources can misstep when it comes to probability. Our area model worked in the first case because the possible cuts of the stick range uniformly over the equilateral triangle, so the area model accurately captures the random event. But in the sequential cutting method, the possible second cuts of the larger piece don't range uniformly over these 3 triangles, making this simple area model inaccurate. So let's address this sequential cutting method once more, but we're going to be more careful this time around. Again, we know the only way we're going to be able to form a triangle is if we choose the longer piece to give the second cut. That means the shorter piece is completely fixed. So then again, for the sake of a picture, we'll let the vertical distance of a point in this triangle represent the length of that fixed shorter stick piece. By the time we're making our second cut, the length of that shorter piece is completely fixed. So then the only points available in the triangle are points that have that vertical distance from the bottom side. Again, the idea of this one distance being fixed, we'll call it x, is that the shorter piece is not receiving the second cut. So the shorter piece has a fixed length. We're going to call that x. So as we go to make a second cut on the longer piece, the only points available in the triangle are those which are on this line, x units away from this side. Then, if the randomly chosen point is on this piece of the segment within the central triangle, that will be a favorable second cut, allowing us to form a triangle from the pieces. But if the point is over here or over here, then we will not be able to form a triangle because one of the pieces will be too long. Then, to find the true probability, we need to find the ratio of this highlighted favorable part to this whole segment, and then add those ratios up for every possible length of x. And we can do that with an integral, where x, the length of the shorter piece, could be as small as 0 or as big as 1/2. Now, finding the ratio for any particular x of favorable outcomes to total possibilities is pretty easy to do. You've got to know that an equilateral triangle with a height of h has a side length of 2/√3 times that height. This yellow segment is actually the side of an equilateral triangle, this equilateral triangle here, which has a
Raiden National. That's 2.7. $6.2. 1 day 10 hours. Floor 12. Chamber 3. First half. ВВ кабинет Светлали. Вырос.
Something's come up?
Okay, Арли, Синчу, 29, Казуха, Беннет.
May knowledge guide you.
Laid bare.
Witness the power.
Teamwork is strength.
Wind Strider.
No, my sword. Let me weave you a
Everybody stand. Transfixed.
Witness the power.
Huh? Yeah. Teamwork is
Wind Strider. Fallen leaves. Adorn my...
Overruled. Huh? No, my sword. Ring cutter.
Let's light it up. Everybody stand.
Clouds high. The birds call.
It's stupid. Let's switch Sincho.
It's time to pull the
31.
trigger.
Laid bare.
Things are about to get dicey.
I'm going in.
Wind Strider. As one with wind and cloud.
Transfixed.
Busted.
Game's up. Fun's over.
Everybody stand.
Fallen leaves. Adorn my...
Overruled.
Gotcha. Here comes the catch.
Let's light it up. Teamwork is.
Quietly now.
Wow. Okay, let's try this, but without no, maybe you, but Dory and like that.
Hello, everyone. I'm Durin.
Wait, how does Durin work?
Wind Strider, as one with wind and cloud.
Transfixed.
The story has only just...
Everybody stand!
Fallen leaves, adorn my... Stay back! The story has...
Teamwork is strength!
As one with wind and cloud.
No, that's wrong button. How about just like that? Or maybe even like that.
Overrule!
Clouds high. The birds... Stay back! Decay!
Everybody stand!
Wind Strider, fallen leaves, adorn my... The abyss is burning!
Teamwork is strength! Transfixed!
As one with wind and cloud! Watch out! A turning point?
Let's light it up! I'm going...
Something you wish to report? Go on. You have my undivided attention.
To continue the 7 Advanced Tips series, it's However, a great plus that Arlecchino has is her flexibility, which I want to highlight. Yes, you can find a rotation, especially for reaction setups, it's important, but it's worth mentioning that Arlecchino is able to switch during her own field time for any reason and just come back without losing any other bond of life. This is a
What could the children be up to? Never mind. Let them do as they please.
Laid bare. Fallen leaves, adorn my night. Leave it to me. The story has only just.
Everybody stand back.
Clouds high. The bird. Stay back. The story has only.
I'm going in.
I should dash way earlier, it seems. One, two, 3, 4, 5.
Overrule. Fallen leaves, adorn my night. Stay back. The story has only just begun.
Everybody stand back.
Clouds high. The birds come. Stay back. Turning point.
I'm going in.
Oh. Who forgot?
Transfix. Fallen leaves, adorn my night. Leave it to me. Decay.
Let's light it up. Teamwork is dreamwork.
As one with wind and cloud. Decay.
Everybody stand back.
Laid bare. Wind strider. clouds high. The birds come. The story has only just...
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Overruled. Watch out! The story has only just...
Let's light it up! Everybody stick...
Fallen leaves, adorn my night!
What if I just use officially?
The threads of your fate lie in my hands.
Transfix! Midnight Venta... Stay back! Okay!
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Overruled!
By royal decree...
Decay! New life!
Let's light it up! Everybody stand...
Come on, really?
Odds reveal thy...
Watch out!
Like a two-phone
Turning
sword.
point!
I'm going in!
Laid bare!
Wings of...
Stay away from me!
Teamwork is dream...
Transfixed!
Well, that's more DPS. Accept, melt and vaporize. What if instead of Bennett?
It's time to pull the trigger.
Why not?
Overruled. By royal decree.
Gotcha. Ha, game's up. Fun's over.
A turning point in.
Midnight fantastic.
Busted. Here comes the catch.
A turning point in.
Laid bare. Quietly now. Game's up. Fun's over.
Leave it to me. Decay. Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Busted. Here comes the catch.
Stay back. A turning.
Transfixed.
Maybe that's enough. Maybe. Oh. But then I don't really have much when it comes to para application. Elon has to switch with
Just sharpen my spear.
Overruled.
Shadow Raven, nice and spicy. Eat this.
Stay back. The story has only just.
Transfixed.
Oz revealed. Out of the frying pan, into the fire. You're toast.
Stay back. Decay. You.
Overruled.
Midnight. Eat this.
Stay back. The story has only just.
By royal decree. Boba, get them. You're toast.
Watch out. Decay. You.
Laid bare.
before. Okay.
Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see.
Oh.
Let's go. Time is against us.
It's not.
I have high hopes for this journey.
I'm really curious what damage output this team will get.
Strike a pose! Let my name echoes!
Yeah! Seize the skies!
Hero incoming! Yeah! Yeah! It's justice o'clock! Yeah! Boost!
Annihilation mode.
Cleanup sequence initiated.
Yeah! Skyward! Ha!
Stray clouds converge!
Let the world collide!
It's justice o'clock! It's justice o'clock! Yeah! Yeah! It's justice o'clock! Yeah! Headbutt! Hero incoming! Yeah! Yeah!
Insulation chamber.
Yeah!
Time to shine!
Yoo-hoo! Ultimatum protocol.
Charge! Headbutt! Hi! Yeah! Yeah! It's justice o'clock! Yeah! Oof!
Let the world collide!
Cleanup sequence initiated.
Yeah! Seize the skies!
It's justice o'clock! Look out below! It's justice o'clock! Yeah!
Yeah. Of course I can go for someone like Mavoika Bennett Setlali.
Something's come up?
Anytime, any place.
Burn it down!
Let's light it up! I'm going in! Show no mercy! Eat Laline! Eat Papa!
Light of the blazing sun!
Come on.
Incinerate! Light it up!
Everybody stand! Fulfill our pact! You two! Time to end them!
Pyroclastic surge! Incinerate! Burn it down!
Teamwork is show no mercy! Eat Laline! Eat Papa! Get him!
Light of the blazing sun! Incinerate! Light it up! Full throw!
Bring it! Off we go!
What's up with that?
Rise with the sun!
I'm going in! Get to work! Suffer the wrath of me!
Pyroclastic surge! Burn it!
Let's light it up! Everybody stand! Show no mercy! You two! Time to
Light of the blazing sun! Rise with the sun!
Teamwork is get to work! Suffer the wrath of Eastleigh!
Pyroclastic surge! Incinerate!
Fuck.
Burn it down!
Let's light it up! I'm going in! You two! Time to end!
Light of the blazing sun!
Bring it!
For some reason, it works wrong. It's like, hey, that's not how it should work. Okay, well.
Light it up!
Teamwork is true! Fulfill our pact! Eat Laline! Eat Papa! Get him!
Wrath from the sky! Try and stop me!
Nice way to restart.
Rise with the sun!
Everybody
Time to end the light of the blazing sun! Incinerate! Burn it down!
Show no mercy! Suffer the wrath of Eastly!
Or alternative situation. I think the best situation. The best option for me, I think I figured out. I'm going Malvoya Cabinet Setlali with
Perfect.
What's my current team? I like character attack.
Use of force off.
Change of plan. Teamwork is Oz, reveal!
Leave it to me! The story has only just...
Resistance is futile. Save yourself the pain.
Transfixed!
Ow! I'm going in!
Midnight. Leave it to me! A turning point?
Witness my rise.
Teamwork is dreamwork!
Watch out! The story has only just begun!
Laid bare. Let's light it up! Everybody stick! By royal decree.
Watch out! The story has only just begun!
Go on.
This is where you fall. Teamwork is dreamwork! Oz, reveal thyself!
Okay! New life!
I summon thee! By royal decree, let's light it up!
Leave it to me!
Yeah!
No rest for the wicked.
Transfixed.
Rise with the sun! Wrath from the skies! Final warning! Hands where I can see them!
Controlled breathing. Stay out of my way.
On my mark!
Too strong.
Hey! Yeah! Charge! Yeah!
Oof.
Charge! Yeah! Light it up! Stop right there! You
Quick as a flash. Full speed ahead. Stay out of my way. Full speed ahead.
Yeah! Kapow! Hey! Pyroclastic surge! Final warning!
Faster. Stronger. Let's move.
Oof! Look out below!
Controlled breathing.
Headbutt! Hut. Hero incoming! Yeah! Yeah! Kapow! It's justice o'clock! Oof! Look out below! Hi! Ha ha!
Okay. Sure. Energy recharge.
Laid bare.
Everybody stand! That's gonna hurt! Oz, reveal by...
Stay back! The story has only just...
Teamwork is true! Shadow...
Stay back! The story has only just...
Witness my rise.
Huh? I'm going in! By royal
The story has only just...
Transfixed. This is where you fall.
Everybody stand! Midnight then...
Watch out! The story has only just begun!
Overruled.
Teamwork is true! Oz, reveal!
Believe it's me! A turning point in...
Transfixed.
Everybody stand back! Shadow Raven, let no...
The story has only just begun!
Yeah! Look out below!
Light of the blazing sun!
Final warning! Hands where I can see them! Quick as a flash! Start the clock! Wow, wow! Volcano kablam! Oof! Hi! Yeah! It's justice o'clock!
Yeah! Pyroclastic surge!
Drop your weapons! You asked for it! Faster! Stronger! Let's move! Yeah! Hut! Hi! Yeah! Headbutt! Smash down! Kapow!
Yeah! Rise with the sun! Wrath from the sky!
Stop right there! Justice will
Controlled breathing.
on my hook! Hi! Yeah! Yeah! Hero incoming!
Possible. Easy even. Maybe like that.
Overruled! Let's light it up! Teamwork is wings of darkness!
The story has only just begun!
Laid bare.
I'm going in!
Believe it's me! A turning point in...
Transfixed.
Let's light it up! Teamwork is dream.
Stay back! Decay!
By royal decree.
Laid bare.
Everybody stand back!
Watch out! The story has only just begun!
Witness my rise.
Let's light it up! I'm going in!
Oz, reveal!
Okay! You look
Transfixed.
stay back!
Teamwork is dreamwork! Huh?
More time.
Light it up. Drop your weapons.
You asked for it! For first, let's move! Smash down! Hero incoming! Yeah! Yeah! Headbutt!
Pyroclastic surge. Rise with the
Justice will prevail! Quick as a flash! Harder! Start the clock! It's justice o'clock! Ultimate flying kick! Hero incoming! Oof! Hero incoming! Yeah!
Well, that is better.
Fulfill our pact!
Injefa.
Incoming!
Did you hear what happened with the sky in Natlan?
Oh. What happened now?
Key difference between her and characters like Hu Tao and Joy-Mia. In multiple wave content, they have to choose between restarting a rotation or continuing without certain buffs. And I think this is one of her biggest strengths when pushing her limits as a damage dealer. Of course, together with her insane damage. Like, Furina and Arlecchino teams are being played. Do they make sense together? Absolutely not, but at high investment, they can perform very well and allow characters like Kazuha to really shine. Arlecchino has a lot of combos you can explore, and I want to put a great emphasis on the fact that staying alive is way more important than actually hitting a perfect combo. Optimizing your attacks with Arlecchino is not as necessary for your damage output as it would be for a character like Hu Tao. It's more similar to doing a perfect item combo. The 3 attack strings that I have seen being used the most and explored myself are all interrupted at a point by dashing. We have N3D, 3 normals into a dash, the most intensive stamina wise, but easy to do and providing a great damage output as it skips the multi-hit over 4th attack, which has lower multipliers. And for D, a bit awkward to cancel as your 4th normal is divided into 2 hits, and it's easy to cancel too early, resulting into only one of the 2 coming out, but it's still high damage and less stamina consumption. This combo should be your best in a perfect Vaporite scenario and when using Primordial Jade Winged Spear for faster stacks. And finally,
Going into a trance
N5D.
is risky
Easy
for most
cancel
people.
and even less
So
stamina
don't get
used,
any ideas.
but it's lower damage often. I would avoid N2D as it's too stamina consuming, and if you really push it hard, you might have your dash on cooldown. Yes, dash has a cooldown if you do it too fast. And I would avoid getting all the way to her 6th normal as it's really slow but has okay damage and no stamina being consumed, so if you want to just spam attacks, it's honestly pretty fine. Again, I don't want you to stress too much on your combo, especially when you don't have a shield. If you know the enemy attack pattern and know that you can get away with it, by any means go for it. Otherwise, D. Easy cancel and eat hits, and it's easy to hit over 4th attack, and 3D, 3 normals into a dash. The most intensive stamina wise, but easy to do and providing a great damage output as it skips the multi-hit over 4th attack, which has lower multipliers. And for D, a bit awkward to cancel as your 4th normal is divided into 2 hits, and it's easy to cancel too early, resulting into only one of the two coming out, but it's still high damage and less stamina consumption. This combo should be your best in a perfect Vaporite scenario and when using Primordial Jade Winged Spear for faster stacks. And finally, N5D. Easy cancel and even less stamina used, but it's lower damage often. I would avoid N2D as it's too stamina consuming, and if you really push it hard, you might have your dash on cooldown. Yes, dash has a cooldown if you do it too fast. And I would avoid getting all the way to her 6th normal as it's really slow but has okay damage and no stamina being consumed, so if you
Here's to a life where the drinks keep flowing and the mora keeps
Arlecchino is
rolling.
very intimidating, both in figure and in skill descriptions. But in this video, I will make sure you understand how she works while not skipping on any detail that might be important. We will also have weapon and artifact calculations to help you decide on your build and my honest opinion on her value and best teams. And before starting, Hoyoverse hooked me up with a redemption code. Use it for some extra materials. Hopefully they will help on your journey. Arlecchino is a 5-star Pyropolar user. She is able to manipulate a Bond of Life to obtain a Pyro Infusion and deal extra damage. A Bond of Life prevents healing and absorbs it until the effect is clear. It doesn't do anything else. It does not change how damage is calculated, and it takes a long time to expire. We already had this in game before 4.6 because of the Fatui operatives and a couple of Fontaine craftable weapons. But in their case, the goal for the player was to clear the Bond of Life so that you could receive particular effects or generally just be able to heal back again. For Arlecchino, it's different. She wants a Bond of Life, but she wants it to be as high as possible for as long as her rotation needs to. This is because her damage is directly connected to how big her current Bond of Life is. This is the reason why Arlecchino cannot be healed in combat, with or without a Bond of Life, except for her own elemental burst. She's the most high risk, high reward character we have so far. Let's look at her kit so that we can explain how to get this Bond of Life, plus a few tricks to get the highest bond possible. Arlecchino's elemental skill dashes forward and applies a mark to enemies. This mark can be consumed by her charger attack or burst. Once consumed, you get a Bond of Life, meaning that I can skill into charge attack and I'm set. However, this results in a bond of only 65% max HP, which is really not that great, unless we clear multiple marks, which means multiple enemies at the same time. One of her Ascension talents helps us greatly here. This talent upgrades the mark to a stronger one if 5 seconds pass or if the enemy marked is defeated. The defeated part is just so that you can't waste the skill, but the 5-second part is very important, because retrieving an upgraded mark will result in a Bond of Life of 130% value instead, which is much stronger than normal. So what do we do then? First, we mark the enemy, and by the way, this mark will do damage every 5 seconds up to 2 times. So if you see a damage hit, that means 5 seconds have passed. While we wait these 5 seconds, we can set up our team, buffs, shields, and everything we might need. We can now go back to Arlecchino, and a charge attack will consume the now upgraded mark, granting us a bond of 130%. We now have a Pyro Infusion and increased damage based on the value of our bond. This increase is only on normal attacks. Charged and plunging damage do not get increased by her Bond of Life, so they're usually just skipped. To recap, skill into team setup for at least 5 seconds, charged attack, normal attacking. Keep in mind that since she has standard ICD on her normals, she will trigger reactions every 2.5 seconds or 3 hits. These attacks you will perform will consume a part of her bond of life, so we could say that Arlecchino's damage is mostly front-loaded. The more you stay on field, the less damage you do. The precise normal attack string can be 4 normals with dash, up to all 6 of her normals and more. It will slightly change depending on the scenario, but to be fair, when not playing with a shield or resistance interruption, you will want to prioritize staying alive and dodging when necessary instead of doing a perfect combo. This was the easy part. Now you should know how to play her most of the time. However, there are more parts of her kit we need to talk about, especially her Ascension talents. Aside from the talent that upgrades her mark, we have 2 more. One will grant us damage resistance based on how much attack she has in excess of 1000. 3000 attack will equal to 20% res to any element and physical. This is an okay help in surviving, since the other talent states Arlecchino gains a 40% pyro damage bonus and can only be healed through Bale Moon Rising, her burst. So we know she wants the highest bond possible, using a healer to nullify all our efforts to do damage. That's why during combat we can still use healers, they just won't heal her. The only way to gain health in Arlecchino is using her burst. This burst does a few things. First, it retrieves any mark nearby. Cool, so we can skill into burst and get a bond of life, right? Not really, because it will also heal you right after, based on the value of the current bond of life plus our attack, meaning that it will clear a bond every single time. However, it also does good AoE damage, and most importantly, it resets the cooldown of our elemental skill. So there are 2 uses for this burst. Skill into burst, and then skill again, which is a good way to start a rotation, or you just do the usual combo and burst as a panic button or at the end of a rotation to get some health back. Remember that once you burst, you lose the bond and the pyro infusion. Now we're almost done with the kit, but we still have a couple more details. Nothing super vital, but when she has a bond of life, every normal attack decreases the cooldown of her skill, making rotations more fluid since it has a big 30 seconds cooldown. Her charged attack can be held for faster movement, but it's rarely useful in combat. Lastly, since a bond of life does not end until healed, Arlecchino can do one thing, which is doing her rotation as normal, and leave some of the remaining bond of life there, so that in the second rotation, instead of starting with no bond of life, we get a higher one. This however is capped by bond of life having a maximum of 200%, and her own skill being able to only create one of maximum 145%. Arlecchino, for all the yapping in her descriptions, can honestly feel very complicated, but remember the loop we talked about. Skill, 5 seconds for the team, charge attack into normal attack spam, burst at the end or if you're too low HP. This is the baseline and the most important thing to remember. Do this and you will play her correctly for the most part. Let's go into lighter topics now. For talent priority, keep in mind that the damage conversion between her normal attacks and bond of life is very important and represents most of your damage. This talent is the absolute priority. Skill and burst can follow up, but their level will just increase your total damage marginally compared to your normals. Burst is technically the priority against the skill, but only when used in every rotation. Constellations. Let's cover them quickly and then talk about builds and teams. We have a pretty good C1 here, an increase of 100% of the multiplier to your bond of life value. Roughly your damage is increasing by 25% with this one. Plus resistance to interruption, which can't be really calculated for. This is a very good and rather cheap buff that can serve as a stopping point for many. It's roughly better than getting her signature weapon, but only if some other at least decent option is there. C2 will give every mark applied always have the Ascension talent upgrade activated, meaning that you don't have to wait the 5 seconds anymore and you can skill into charge attack and start right away. It also gets you a big distance of damage once you retrieve the mark. C3 gives you 3 levels to your normals, quite the upgrade as the bond of life multiplier keeps going up past level 10. Together with C2, we're looking at around 50% damage increase from C0. C4 is often similar across many characters, and it's just a quality of life for your burst, decreasing the cooldown and giving energy back. C5 is burst damage, nothing crazy for now. C6 further increases the damage of her burst based on her bond of life, and after using her skill, her normals and burst get 10% crit rate and 70% crit damage. Just a huge overall bonus in damage, and a very big difference from C0. Of course, it comes at a big cost of a C6. Overall, the big stopping points are of course C0, she's absolutely 100% viable and good without consolations, but spenders or big early Kino mains can also look at her C1. C3 is also an okay stopping point, and from there on is either C6 or nothing. We can finally talk about builds. For artifact sets, her best in slot will always be the Whimsy set. This set gets Arlecchino 18% attack and basically 54% damage. But farming it from scratch, since they release together, is going to take a long time. So we can consider other options. A good overall one, especially for long-time players, is going to be the Gladiator set, still buffing attack and your normal damage. For other 4-piece sets, we can consider Gilded. In a reaction context, it's going to perform pretty well and has a very resin-efficient domain. Crimson Witch has a problem with uptime, but still buffs your pyro reactions and gets you some extra pyro damage. And for more niche sets, we have Bolide, Echoes, Lava Walker and Desert Pavilion. All 4 technically work, especially Echoes, which has a lot of potential and can be the next best thing after the Whimsy set, but it's rare to have and ping dependent. It's also important to point out that 2-piece options are quite okay and allow you to choose the artifacts with the highest substats, which often results in the best option. And before moving on, a quick reminder that Shimenawa, while sounding super good, is not even considerable on Arlecchino C0. Most of her rotation will want to scale into waiting at least 5 seconds, into having your damage window, which is cutting on your buff up time drastically. So just don't go for it. Mana Chassis also sounds great, but that also has many problems, and that's why it's not considered. But I will explain more about this one in the team section. For stats, generally we don't want anything too uncommon here. Your Sense will be attacked most of the time, with Elemental Mastery being a close contender in reaction teams, often better with the Scarlet Sense model. Doubles will be Pyro, with attack being very close since Arlecchino gets a 40% higher damage boost rate. Circlet will rarely sway away from crit rate or damage, but remember that Arlecchino has a natural high crit damage from her Ascension. As almost any character, keep in mind that your stats have a higher or lower value depending on your buffs. Arlecchino generally wants attack over Elemental Mastery Sense, for example. Given, however, Bennett, Noblesse, Tenacity or other attack buffs, then an Elemental Mastery Sense is very likely to be higher overall damage for you. The same happens with your Goblet. If you give her tons of damage percentage buffs or pyro damage or normal attack damage, and not many attack buffs, then an attack Goblet can just be better than pyro. Moving on, 3 charts again for the weapon. One without reactions and one for a vaporized steam, both using Bang. Of course, her signature weapon, thanks to its ability to further buff and increase your combat life, will always be on top of every chart, and it's a huge damage increase. Close contenders are most 5-star options that have offensive stats, and even if they focus on attack, like Calamity Queller. 4-star weapons you can consider are both Battle Pass weapons, but also Mystic Spear. Lastly, White Tassel, even for a 3-star weapon with a low attack, will give you a great amount of crit rate and a whopping 48% damage to your normals. This is the option I would recommend if you're free to play or without a good 5-star weapon. Please keep in mind that this will highly change based on your exact buffs, how much ER you need and your stats. And we're finally in the team section. You're going to see many similarities here with characters like Tao, Yoimiya, Klee, etc., as they will share similar teams to Arlecchino. The 3 main templates are going to be Vaporite teams, Mono Pyro teams, and Shivers Overload teams. This will very likely be the most popular option. However, there can be teams that utilize both Vaporites and Overload, another Vape team, and there can be double Geo teams, teams with Danger, Melt, and more. Before starting, let's establish that even if Arlecchino can't be healed, you might still want to heal your teammates, so a healer is not completely useless. But their value is much lower if they don't bring anything else to the table. A character like Bennett, with his high attack buffs, of course has the potential to excel with Arlecchino. A way to cover both your teammates and her is using a shield. Zhongli is a fantastic option to many other teams. Or if you don't want to use shields, there are also talents that give her damage reduction or resistance to interruption, like Xinshu, Beidou, and Deya. Arlecchino is again a high risk, high reward character. You will be able to see crazy numbers, but only as long as she's alive and kicking. And the alive and kicking part has to either come from dodging really well or from your teammates' defensive abilities. And sometimes, even being very good at the game will not cut it. Picture a Bennett team without shields or any form of damage reduction. He will apply pyro to you constantly, so any hydro attack that hits you is going to vaporize. Every cryo hit is going to melt. Any danger and you are burning. Playing greedy damage oriented teams might work and it might just sound good on paper, but it's not going to be for everyone, or at least for every situation. Now, on some team examples. Vaporize teams will really like the presence of Bennett and Xingqiu or Yelan. Both the Hydras will offer the usual trade. Xingqiu is more defensive oriented while Yelan is more offensive, and both offer enough Hydra to sustain Arlecchino's vapes. You can also just slot both, then go either Pyro or anyone else that does not disrupt the reaction. Even Cryo is doable, but only against freezable enemies. Playing Vape plus Melt against a boss might just result in some wasted reaction. When going with Bennett or a second Pyro, VV has an easier time getting set up. I have an entire Kazuha video that could help you out doing it. But just remember that you want your swirl to be Pyro and as close as possible to you going on field with Arlecchino so that she can enjoy most of that buff of time. Lastly, for Vaporize, a character that might be very common but really hard to recommend is going to be Furina. Using someone that can't be healed and already has surviving problems with a unit that will drain HP really fast and prefers the entire team getting constantly healed sounds just like a mess. They have tons of anti-synergies, and while you could technically make it work, it wouldn't make for a great team. It does enable Marichaci, but remember that her damage is front loaded, so your biggest hits will likely not have the full crit rate buff. Plus, once she reaches 50% HP, she will just stop stacking it. Another great archetype will be the Chivalrous Overload teams that have access to Beidou, which is just perfect here, especially C2.
Wait, so, 1% all elemental and physical resistance for every 100% attack she has after 1000. Caps at 20, so 10, 3000 attack is how much she wants. She doesn't have that. Not even close. Well, halfway there. Except, of course, it might be... Elemental Mastery 0. That's cool. I wonder if there's any reason for this to exist. Like maybe I can switch tab whenever I play some Hydra based teams or something else. About Clorinda. Here she is. 3 times. Maybe just attack percent double crit. Make 1 sense like that. And see how much it can. Go into. Maybe it's going to even be an upgrade for this one. I have 11 of them. And those are just 2 EPs. Attack percentage, crit rate, crit damage. Alright, let's go. And it's Elemental Mastery. Sure. I mean, unfortunately only 3 stats. Unfortunately those are not the highest ones, but at least they're not the lowest ones. Let's see. Alright. Let's go. 2 times into crit, please. Oh, 3 times into crit. 1 into defense. Once into defense. That's actually not bad. Or that's 34.2, and this is 32 point something. So like not much difference. But this one has much more. Great rabbit. Wait, it's not actually the best, but I can just go for something like that, right? Retreat and research. Really, you're going to be like that. I'm not sure if this decrease in attack percent is going to be to make this character overall better.
Ideally, Overload is played against enemies that don't get pushed around too much and are more than one, which is where Beidou shines the most. Not only with her damage, but also to cover Arlecchino with her C1 shield, damage reduction and resistance to interruption. Of course, other...
Okay, let's go to here. Where's Genshin Impact? Genshin Optimizer. Okay, artifacts. Add new artifact. Please load the pictures because I don't remember. A fragment of harmonic whimsy. It's going to be sense. It's going to be attack percent. It's going to have substats which are crit rate, crit damage, elemental mastery, flat defense. Flat defense is going to be 39, 23, 6.2, 19.4. Okay, and that's level 20. Add artifact. Now characters. Teams. Clarinda. Chevros. Clarinda. Optimize. Attention full, no react and generate builds. You know what? Move here. Wait, can sure. Aha! Here it is. But it's still lower than default set. Not calamity of Ashen. Maybe. Maybe I should compare to Finale of the Deep, Refinement 5. After using Mental Skill, after playing Boy on the Fluoride. Life, yes. Level 11, so 9. Mm-hmm. %, minus 10% if I use this. And when I say this, I mean this one. Okay, technically I can get rotation with plus 1.2%. Even if I, for example, use R1 weapon. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. Okay. Well, now my Clarinda is top. Is amazing. Mm-hmm. Imagine for a moment she drops me from... I get her from standard battle. It's going to be pretty pog if it happens. Well, I'm gonna draw 3 more times tomorrow, I guess.
a flash!
Full speed ahead!
Damn. One of that. Ooh. Yeah. Annoying. I'm gonna do it later. Don't worry, screws. Not possible. Not really possible. Let's see. Do you have the feather? No. Feather is here. Hmm. Normal attack damage, 35% increase. Let's see, do I even allow to use kitchens? Yes, I do allow it. Six substats total here. 7 substats total. It's pretty much the same. By the way, what's up with you? Yeah, sure. A bit too much attack. Okay, whatever. Could have been better. Crit rate, crit damage, attack percent, mental mastery, energy regen. Look at that. Wrong main stat. 2 mid stats, 2 mid rolls. It can be better. I mean, arguably. It's a 3 main stats. Peace. Some can be rerolled, but who would want to reroll it? And it's not necessary when this is also a 5 stat, 4 stat base artifact.
Radish veggie soup. Welcome. How can I help you?
Did you hear what happened with the sky in Natlan?
The sky in Natlan. Oh, what happened now? And a radish veggie soup. Which should I choose?
Lead the way. Okay, it needs one. I don't have the Columbina yet.
Defensive mode engaged. Annihilation mode. For the everlasting forest, receive my blessing. Branch into song by the frost moon of old.
Let the world collide! Wrath from the skies!
Lush as the moon. Preparing for dust up.
Incinerate! Rise with the sun!
For the everlasting forest. Cleanup sequence initiated. Branch into song.
Pyroclastic surge! Try and stop me!
By the frost moon of old, receive my blessing. Defensive mode engaged. Ultimatum protocol.
Let the world collide!
Accelerating. Insulation chamber. For the everlasting
Annihilation mode.
By the frostman of old.
Witness my power!
Branch into song.
Burn it down!
Defensive mode engaged.
Light of the blazing sun!
Forest.
Preparing for dust.
You poor lost lamb. With one heart.
Pyroclastic
surge! Receive my blessing.
Rise with the sun!
Cleanup sequence initiated. Lush as the moon, by the frostman of old.
Let the world collide!
Burn it down! Full throttle!
Branch into song.
Ultimatum protocol.
Defensive mode engaged. Accelerating. With one heart, we pray. Lush as the moon.
Light of the blazing sun!
Leave this place. By the frostman of old.
Annihilation mode. Try and stop me!
Cleanup sequence in it. With one heart, we pray. Forest, protect us.
Wrath from the skies!
Insulation chamber deployed. Preparing for dust up. Branch into song. For the everlasting forest. Cleanup sequence initiated. Lush moonlight. By the frostman of old.
Leave the fighting to me.
Insulation chamber deployed. Ultimatum
Light up the
protocol.
blazing sun.
Leave this place for the everlasting forest. Defensive mode engaged.
Converge. Surge.
Pyroclastic surge.
You poor lost land.
Try and stop me.
With one heart, we pray. Annihilation mode. Cleanup sequence initiated. Leave this place.
Light up the blazing sun.
By Dornin.
Rev the engines.
Insulation chamber. You poor lost land. By the frostman of old.
Pyroclastic surge.
Receive my blessing. Cleanup sequence initiated. For the everlasting forest.
The night sky dips once more.
Full throttle.
By the frostman of old. Forest, protect us.
Light up the blazing sun. Try and stop
You
me.
poor lost land. With one heart, we pray. Defensive mode engaged. Accelerating. Annihilation mode. By the frostman of old. Cleanup sequence
Rise with the
initiated.
sun. Pyroclastic surge.
Lush as the moon.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below. Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
No more lies.
Time to come clean. Let's see what you're made of.
Can't hide the truth.
The sands of time got me.
It all adds up.
I saw this coming.
Relationship. No more lies.
Time to come clean.
Humans converge. Preparing for dust up. Defensive mode engaged.
It all falls into place. It all falls into place.
It all adds up.
Time to come clean.
Cleanup sequence initiated. Annihilation mode. No more lies. Relationship. Can't hide the truth. Fearless. No more lies.
Time to come clean.
It all adds up.
Time to come clean.
Defensive mode. Can't hide the truth.
Another star goes out.
It all adds up.
Let's see what you're made of.
Cleanup sequence in. No more lies.
Wait.
Let's see what you're made of.
Defensive mode engaged. Ultimatum protocol. Seek within. Can't hide the truth. Mercy.
Time to come clean.
Cleanup sequence in the... No more lies.
Let's see what you're made of.
Insulation chamber. Into the void. Search!
It all falls into place.
Can't hide the truth.
Time to come clean.
Defensive mode engaged. Annihilation mode. It all adds up.
Let's see what you're made of.
Can't hide the truth.
Time to come clean.
It all adds up. Merciless.
Let's see what you're made of.
No more lies.
It all falls into place.
Can't hide the truth.
Never frog goes out.
Time to come clean.
Cleanup sequence. Accelerating.
Well, whatever.
Reviewing outstanding items on today's to-do list. Do you have any additional commands? No problem. I can add them shortly. I'm quite used to it.
Early player. On and off, it seems. Need to crouch just a tiny bit up. Stop. And then almost through with nothing in terms of substance. Yep, it doesn't matter. Brush. Brush. Maybe.
Ways to play Shivers are there, and you can kind of mix and match your Electro and Pyro units as long as you have some off-field Electro damage to sustain the overloads. Bennett is also playable if you want to snapshot a few talents and focus on Arlecchino damage even further, but that will give up the Electro resonance. We can also ditch Chevros and try to fit both Vape and Overload in an Over-Vape team. Each Vaporides from Arlecchino will also trigger an Overload, double dipping into any elemental mastery she might have, while maybe using some nice defensive option. Some of the best teammates here are going to be Xingqiu, Fischl, Bennett and Beidou again. Monopyro is another archetype where Arlecchino does really well. At the end of the day, spamming normal attacks means not getting that many reactions in, so ignoring them completely and giving her another damage dealer is going to be a fine option. Technically, a team that looks like this can offer tons of damage at the expense of no defensive option. A character like Thoma can help, but this means you're sacrificing a lot of overall damage. Zhongli can also fit in here, or at this point even WGO teams, which are not technically monopyro, but kind of accomplish the same. Yunjin Zhongli or Zhongli Albedo or Chiori are fine options. Melt teams will act similar to Vaporide's teams, but of course with different options. Fiona, especially at C6, sounds amazing here, and we also have the likes of Layla, Kaya and Rosario. But considering the overall strength of these characters and the amount of actual melts you're going to get, doesn't make this team one of the best in my opinion, but it could be very accessible for many. Lastly, I would not recommend any danger teams, especially burning teams. And now, did I miss something? Let me know in the comment section. This was a big guide and I hope it helped you. If you watch until here, know that I really appreciate you. Stay tuned for more content, and if you want to hang out, come join us on twitch.tv/7 please. We're live almost every day.
Days are so warm and cozy.
The United States just captured the sitting president of another country, flew him to New York, and put him in a federal courtroom to be processed alongside your everyday car thieves, drug dealers, and Mets fans waiting for their day in court. And that begs the question, how do you try someone in the US justice system whose last job title was dictator of an oil-rich South American country? Believe it or not, this has happened before. In 1990, 12 Floridians convicted the sitting dictator of Panama and sent him to prison for 40 years. So let's talk about the charges Nicolas Maduro is facing, the court where this is happening, the jurisdiction, and whether or not the illegal nature of the raid that captured him or international law will grant Maduro immunity as a head of state. Or former head of state? Question mark? Let's start with the indictment. Nicolas Maduro is charged with narco-terrorism conspiracy, conspiracy to import cocaine into the United States, conspiracy to provide material support to a terrorist organization, money laundering, and firearms offenses tied to drug trafficking. The indictment alleges that Maduro began drug trafficking into the United States as early as 1999 and includes periods where he held other roles in Venezuela's government besides president. Count 1 charges Maduro with narco-terrorism conspiracy under 21 U.S.C. Section 960A. The term narco-terrorism doesn't appear in the statute, but it's a fair description. This law allows the government to prosecute people who knowingly provide material support or resources to foreign drug trafficking organizations. Material support includes providing funds, transportation, communication tools, or any other resources that facilitate drug trafficking operations. The government has to prove that Maduro was knowingly involved in trafficking drugs, and for the terrorism part of narco-terrorism, that he knew his conduct would provide pecuniary value to a designated terrorist organization. So defense attorneys have a couple of avenues to go on the offensive here. Maduro's new lawyer, Barry Pollock, once represented Julian Assange. He'll say prosecutors can't prove Maduro had the requisite knowledge that he was part of a conspiracy to traffic drugs to the US. The defense may also say that the allegations of the complaint don't match the evidence. One way to do that is to argue that the organization in question does not fit the legal definition of a drug trafficking organization. And this is where the government's original case against Maduro might have hit a snag. See, the 2020 indictment claimed Maduro was the head of a drug organization known as Cartel de los Soles. This is supposedly a network of Venezuelan military and political officials who coordinated with drug traffickers and guerrilla groups to move cocaine through Venezuela into the United States. The original indictment mentioned Cartel de los Soles 32 times. So obviously, Cartel de los Soles is a thing that exists. Then in 2025, the US government doubled down on its assertion that Cartel de los Soles was a big bad drug cartel. It designated the group as a foreign terrorist organization. The State Department even made a poster featuring Maduro as the leader of the cartel. There's just one tiny little problem with that. Experts in Latin American crime and narcotics say the phrase Cartel de los Soles is just slang, coined by the Venezuelan media for corrupt officials who wear Venezuela's national emblem, the sun, on their uniforms. Oh. So what does the DOJ say in 2026? The superseding indictment says Maduro operated in, quote, a patronage system run by those at the top, referred to as Cartel de los Soles, a reference to the sun insignia affixed to the uniforms of high-ranking Venezuelan military officials. That's right, the Justice Department has finally acknowledged that Cartel de los Soles isn't a real cartel. Hey, it's a low bar, but Pamela Jo Bondi cleared it. I believe in positive reinforcement. It was smart to simplify the indictment because now prosecutors won't have to prove Maduro was the head of an organization that doesn't exist. This makes the government's job easier, narratively and factually, but now prosecutors have to show that Maduro ran a patronage system that leveraged government power to help narco-terrorist groups.
No matter
and the government says Maduro partnered with a bunch of really
and enjoy a proper meal when you get hungry. What I
nasty
like to
ones,
do?
some whose full names for your benefit I'm not gonna...
Alright. Let's go and wait for the stream. Sure. Good luck.